you for being with us, our intern during the kickoff hour. Over to my right, already holding court off air, doing their own little show, is Helmsy and Greg. We have Eddie Van Adler. He's right in there. And Eddie Van Adler, I forgot the coyote today. I drove off and forgot the coyote. So we'll have to do that tomorrow. I cannot believe I did that. Got around the corner about 2 miles from the house, and I went, my gracious, I forgot the coyote. Now, who can say that in your life, that you left work to go to work and you forgot your coyote at home? I don't know who can say that, but we can here at the Rick and Bubba Show. But that's on me. You can paddle me if you'd like, but I'll make sure I bring it in tomorrow. And that's a full-mounted coyote for those of you that are keeping track and keeping score at home. All right, to my right over there, you've kind of heard him and seen him a little bit holding court off air. It is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
I tell you, I'm as energized as an uncoordinated kid thrown out in the outfield of the home run derby and said, hey, go catch a fly.
You know,
didn't they make them this year, mate, let the ball hit the ground?
Well, I don't know, but they still uncoordinated.
Oh, I know. But I think they passed the rule because they kept crashing into each other that you got to let the ball hit the ground.
Well, no, they were catching them.
It was a bloodbath out there, too.
The Major League Baseball home run derby was last night, and boy, that ball's flying in Colorado. I can tell you that at Coors Field. There's a couple of things that bothered me with the home run derby. One of the major things that bothered me is that just listen to this logic. You've got 50-something thousand fans, they said, at Coors Field. It's almost, I mean, it is elbow to elbow deep, okay? And you've got those kids out there in the outfield, you know, shagging fly balls that don't make it out of the ballpark, and they all have masks on, running around.
If you don't think that's theatrics, you just
that
you
is
just
the dumbest thing
to
I've seen in a long time.
Elbow to elbow, 50,000 strong, no mask. We got a bunch of kids running around the outfield with masks on. Now, please make sense of that.
Just on the other side of the fence, 50 yards away from everybody, they all got masks on. Yeah. Now, you tell me the logic and the science behind that crap.
Well, it didn't help their coordination, I know that.
No,
can we not find an all-star team to put out there? I mean, let's find a couple local all-star teams that can actually shag a fly ball and put them out there.
Right.
I got to watching it. I was as amused by it and entertained by it as I was the home runs.
Right. Yeah. Anytime one didn't get out, I'd be like, okay, so what we got? Pete Alonso with the Mets, he won his second in a row. And every time I told you guys this off air, every time I see him, I think of Meat Eater from Netflix, that show y'all like, where the guy goes around and hunts. And,
I saw that episode.
Yes, and he started.
He got a little emotional.
He did. He got a little emotional about
mule deer.
He was bringing up, his childhood and learning how to hunt, and he got a little emotional.
He's a weird-looking guy.
Yeah, but boy, he can hit that ball.
He
Good
can.
night, alive.
And a great dancer.
Good. Yeah.
All right, we got to talk about that.
Look, he had the white man dance.
He did.
Let's just call it. He said he wanted to have New York rappers because you get to pick the music that you hit to, and so he picked his music, and then he got to dancing, and I got to tell you,
he may because he said this. He said He said he is the most. What was his exact wording? I am the greatest power hitter on the planet. He did say that at some point.
Well, he is,
and he is okay. But I tell you this, you're a horrible dancer, and I wouldn't do that in front of people. I had secondhand.
Big stadium full of people.
Amanda even commented on that. She goes, "What does he do?" And I said, "That's his attempt at dancing."
Mm-hmm.
He was feeling it, and I get it. He, took a timeout. He'd hit a bunch of home runs, got him a shot of Gatorade, and he's waiting on his 30-second timeout to go out, and thought he'd dance a little bit.
Yeah,
and he did it a lot.
He did.
Greg, it was secondhand to me.
Yeah.
And he'll in one conversation I hear him and I'm like, goodness gracious, he's very humble. He handles things the right way. He always says the right things, and then all of a sudden he'll throw in these things like, I'm the greatest power hitter on the planet. And I'm like, man, just don't say that. Everybody, hey, you've won the home run derby the last 2 years. I think you're on record for being
have to promote
you don't
yourself.
have to talk about that.
And what's so amazing?
Then I see him dancing.
What's so amazing? He has to swing about 60% to do what he's doing. Golly,
I know.
Unbelievable. Now, a couple of stories that you might not give a rip about, but is it Mancini? I guess for
Trey Mancini,
for the Baltimore
Fantastic.
Orioles.
Greg, this is kind of stuff you don't like.
Missed a season because of colon cancer.
Yeah,
and came back.
I actually saw his round.
Okay. Well, good.
First, yeah.
Good.
Greggy hit first. I hope so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got sleepy.
Yeah. They made it to the end there, but I mean,
Well,
wow.
the fact I even remembered it was on was amazing.
Yeah.
I went, hey, there it is.
Right. But Alonso, he defeated Soto and Perez to get to the final, and Mancini defeated Matt Olson and Trevor Story, who was the local guy. I mean, he plays for the Rockies. He beat them to get to the finals. So there you go, Major League Baseball home run derby. A lot of people like that more than the game.
Shohei Ohtani, a little disappointment in regards to his home runs. Get it, complete pressure. But I got tickled at his translator last night.
Yes.
He was not a typical translator, I don't think. And he was the catcher for Shohei. And Shohei said, the reason I picked him is because I wanted someone out there more nervous than I was.
Yeah.
Which was an excellent response to the question
He
he
said
got.
that through the interpreter.
Let me ask you a question. With his translator,
Yeah.
I get the sense that like he's just one of his buddies that said, "Hey, do you want to be my translator?
It looks
you can
like
come with me if you want."
Greg he kind of was like he kind of looked sloppy. Like when you're in a big, he had his shirt tail out, his hair was kind of not fixed, and when he talked, he almost sounded like one of us.
Yeah.
It was almost like he had just come off some fishing trip, and somebody said, "Hey, can you this afternoon be a translator for Shohei Ohtani?" And he's like, "Sure, why not? I have nothing else to do." Mm-hmm. And the way he would answer the questions was, I don't know, it was funny. If you're gonna have a translator, I think that's the guy you want. Mm-hmm. And he didn't look the part at all.
Yeah. And by the way, Ohtani is going to be. Not only was he in the home run derby, he'll be a starting pitcher and a DH and batting DH tonight. So when he leaves the mound, he can be DH until his night's over, and then they can put another DH in there. They changed the rules a little bit to where you can be on a pitcher and the DH. But Ohtani has been in the news a lot, and some of it.
Ohtani.
What am I saying?
Osani.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're fine. Everybody's going to miss. The only reason I know is I made sure last night and
well,
who are you, Stephen A. Smith?
Well, a T and a S is not even close. I just messed up there. I know it's Ohtani. I just for some reason was saying Osani. I have no idea why.
I let it go the first couple times because I don't be that guy.
Right.
But I know how you like to get things right.
Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Stephen A. Smith. That's where I was going. He's in hot water because
he's caving.
Yeah, he basically said he made hey, look, it was an insensitive remark. I apologize. However, he did double down on saying Major League Baseball stars learning English would help promote the sport better. And so yesterday he made a comment about, hey, to promote the sport of baseball, it'd be best if you could speak English.
And you know what?
And everybody is like,
speaking from a marketing standpoint, he was correct. He was not. Of course, they're accusing him of Asian hate and racism. Of course, he's falling for that, and he's apologizing. Bottom line is this is you're more marketable if you speak the language where you play at.
Yeah.
He's going to be a superstar. This may hold him back as far as promoting the sport and marketing opportunities for him. And, like we said, interview opportunities, they're not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not as good of a product when you can't speak the languge. It has nothing to do with your race.
And that's all he was saying.
It's business.
Yeah. That's all he was saying.
Markability. That's all he's talking about.
Of course,
I wouldn't apologize. I told everybody to get over it.
Everybody's spinning it to where, to your point, that it's, oh, my gosh.
It's true.
Yeah. It is. But now you can't say things that are true because it might hurt somebody's feelings. That's kind of where we are. But he's in a little hot water today. So we got a lot to discuss. As you can tell, we got so much. We got to get to the break and get right back. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You sure are. It's 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show live. We are the Kickoff Hours Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. Right now, we've got Boom Boom Bazooka on the phone. She's grabbing show prep, getting it all stapled and ready to go for the boys. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. So as we come on back, we were just discussing a little bit of Major League Baseball's home run derby. And some of the theatrics around it, some side stories. If you were able to catch that last night, you know what we're talking about. If not, just updating you a little bit. Pete Alonso of the Mets won back-to-back home run derbies. Really, I mean, the last round kind of, but it really wasn't even close as far as he goes. He was absolutely pounding the ball last night.
Can I ask you a question on format? Do you like the format, especially particularly the first round? The reason I ask this is because you had – Salvador Perez for the Royals, and Ohtani hit 28 home runs and didn't advance, where guys who they just by draw didn't draw a guy that didn't hit as many.
Yeah,
Trevor Story gets in, he hits 20 homers, and then you got these other two guys that hit 28.
Well, if you look at the if you look at the seeding in the bracket and how it went, the top 4 seeds got beat in the first round.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of the guys that were seeded lower beat them. I mean,
what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, I get that, but you could shuffle that around. All of them hit gigantic 500-foot home runs. Right. It's all about rhythm. I get all that, but to me, I would have rather seen Ohtani, Perez, in there with Soto and the guy that won it, Alonso, as the finalist.
Right, I see what you're saying. Well, Soto beat Ohtani.
But I'm saying I would have liked to seen them all in the second round because Soto hit – Ohtani still hit 28 home runs.
Right.
And 2 guys that were in there that made it that didn't have as many.
Yeah.
And Perez was the same way.
Yeah.
My point is, would y'all rather have the first round to be, okay,
just
who hits the most home runs? Top 4 guys, y'all are moving on.
Yeah. Instead of just pairing them up like that, that might be something to look at because
there was a guy advances a hit less than you.
And that happened last night.
I'm not sure. I was even talking to
on
Terry
2
about
occasions
because I'm not up on exactly what everybody's hitting leading up to the All-Star game. I don't know how they were seeded. You know, because
I think it was based off the home runs.
Off home runs because looking at it, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, look at all this. It's like the top 4 seeds didn't even make it on past the first round.
Yeah, I think it was based off how many home runs they did.
But, yeah, to your point, you know, it just –
Trey Mancini.
There's something about going head-to-head with somebody. You know, and it's like,
there's a little drama that's built into that first round. Get that.
Right.
But Trey Mancini and Trevor Story didn't hit as many home runs in the first round as Perez and Ohtani. And so I'm like, you know, dang. And I like their stories. I like the fact that Trevor Story's there in Colorado, and his home field, and then the Mancini with the cancer survivor. All that's great. But you got 2 guys that just nearly hit 30 home runs and doesn't advance.
Yeah.
That bothered me a little bit.
Right. Yeah. It's it was a lot of – you could tell the crowd too, and there was even mention to it, having 50-something thousand people in the stands and the excitement around it. Of course, it shouldn't be there. It should have been in Atlanta. Let's not ignore that.
Yeah, don't forget.
I couldn't forget that.
Yeah.
I couldn't put that behind me last night, too.
Right.
That was bothering me, especially when I saw everybody wearing 44.
Yeah. There's also an update on – you remember we brought you all the story about the hotel room and all the guns and the body armor that was seized or whatever.
Yeah.
Little disturbing part of the story is that I guess one of the main guys that maybe had the hotel in his name, I guess, asked that he wanted to stay longer and have a balcony view from his hotel room or whatever. Maybe wanted to move rooms or something to that effect. Now the FBI is still standing by hey, I don't know, we hadn't found that connection.
They're slow walking it.
They really are.
I hope they're still looking into
should.
it. Yeah.
But we have an update on that story today that I've printed for the guys. It's just, hey, wow, that's a little disturbing. You know, why you want a balcony view?
Yeah, that don't sound good. You got a room full of guns, and you're wanting a different room for a different view.
You know, I know these guys when it comes to the home run derby. I know that they're in amazing shape.
Yeah.
Okay, but even the guys that are in that kind of shape and hit and all that, they still say that last minute you have no legs. I mean, you're just gone.
Oh yeah.
I wonder how sore they are today. Are they just like, hey, today's another day?
Yeah.
You know, because it's like Ohtani, he's got to be the starting pitcher tonight.
Yeah.
and he was swinging like he was last night. I'm like, are you sore as your mids? Are you your abs and all that? Are you just like, oh my gosh?
You know, they removed. It used to be a 4 minute,
or is it just another day?
It used to be 4 minutes, and they changed it to 3.
Yeah.
And so, but they were still gassed. They were still gassed last night after.
Yes.
I mean, you're having to
he was really gassed.
You're having to take a timeout a minute and a half into it, and when they get back in the box, they're still breathing heavy. Yeah. So
defending champ Pete Alonso was the only one to have already been in the home run derby. Everybody else, it was their first time.
Did you hear him talking about how he actually trains for this? Like, he goes to Citi Field with the Mets, and he does the exact same routine and thing that they're doing here. Like, he goes through the 3 minutes, and he said his record going through it by himself was 30. At Citi Field, of course, funny. You know, that's Citi Field and not Coors, where you add 20 feet to the distance.
Yeah.
Which I thought was also remarkable.
Yeah.
Crazy distances last night.
Yeah, they were.
It was unbelievable.
And I got frustrated. I loved. I think it was Soto's. He didn't he have a lefty as his pitcher, like his pitch.
Yeah.
Loved his attitude, what he was doing. He was real fun. I did not like Ohtani's because I don't know, I felt like he was throwing them too fast.
Well, he didn't take batting practice. Ohtani is known for he doesn't take batting
practice. Which is
practice.
Also amazing to know he's hit 33 home runs.
So,
is it 33?
Yeah. So it's like the guy throwing to him, they said hadn't thrown to him
since
I don't know
March.
How long.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, wow, look at that. But other ones that, it was the guy that throws to him all the time for the team. And so there was that rhythm. Ohtani, they couldn't quite get on the same page, and so
I was worried about Alonso's pitcher because he looked like he was like 85, but he was getting after it.
It's like he was throwing darts.
I think he had more energy than anybody in the park.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
I would like to know how old he is. Serious business. Like he's got to be in his 70s.
Got to be.
And Greg, just rapid fire. You could tell he had high energy. It was awesome.
All right, so if I got this right, and I'm going off memory here.
It's never good with us.
Mancini, okay?
Mancini. Yeah.
He calls, I guess, an old coach from Notre Dame.
Yes.
And when the coach said he got the call, oh, my gosh, I just blew through the break. When the coach says he got the call, he said he thought it was a cancer update. And he said, no, would you actually throw to me in the home run derby?
Wow.
Pretty special moment.
Rick and Bubba.
24 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're live. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimpliSafeBubba.com. SimpliSafeBubba.com. I'm going to tell you right now, have made this pretty simple. Very simple, by matter of fact. The passion to protect your home or small business is something that they have been doing the moment they started 15 years ago. And they have made it pretty simple. They have got professionals that monitor your fire, your burglary, medical emergency. You have a professional that is monitoring that, and it's pretty simple to just set up. You can create your own package that's specific to your needs. They have built packages where you go, all right, I'll take that package, and it's already something that they've kind of designed themselves, and you're like, okay, that's kind of what I like. Whatever the case, when you order from SimpliSafeBubba.com right now, today, to customize your system, you get a free security camera. You also get a 60-day risk-free trial, so there's nothing to lose. There's no long-term contracts, no hidden fees, or installation costs, and it all starts at just $15 a month. Good gracious, y'all. SimpliSafeBubba.com, SimpliSafeBubba.com. Get your customized system today and that free security camera with all those wins there. There's a lot of wins. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we've been pretty baseball heavy, but Major League Baseball Home Run Derby was last night, and when it comes to all-star events, it's one of the favorite events in all sports, just having a home run derby, and you just get out there and hack away. Coors Field is now playing host to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game because it got moved from Atlanta. Let's not forget that, and nobody really. I mean, we won't jump into that, but last night it looked like a sold-out crowd. It's 50-something thousand people in Coors Field.
Did y'all see the guy fall catching the?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear his interview afterwards?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he basically said, I just kind of went for it.
He did. I'll tell you this, effort was unreal.
Yeah, he went for it and got a little top-heavy there. Kept on going.
For everyone to see.
Yes.
Don't forget that.
All right.
Everybody saw it.
I've heard y'all's discussion on this topic, but I'm just going to let you know. When it comes to French fries, what's your favorite French fry? Like if you had to go somewhere.
McDonald's has a good fry.
Is that the walking dog still?
I'm a seasoned fry guy too.
I don't mind a seasoned
fry.
Yeah,
I would prefer a seasoned fry, but I do not like the.
I don't mind a seasoned fry.
Seasoned fries would be my number one. I despise waffle fries and everything else like McDonald's, Burger King. I'm okay.
Crinkle
with
cut's my last on the regular.
Me too.
Right.
I don't like. I'll eat a crinkle cut, but it's not
crinkle cut and waffle fries. Toss them out.
Right. I've noticed something with the three of us. We'll eat pretty much any fry.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And now you have some people that's like, I'm not having that. It's a curly fry. You know,
I like a curly fry.
But what I've noticed is I'll just eat whatever fry comes with the meal.
I don't like the waffle fry, but I eat it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't. That's my last choice of any fry.
But there's some people that's like they won't go to a certain place just because of the fries.
No, it's not.
And I'm not
it's not that big.
It's not that big a deal for me.
Yeah.
Today, National French Fry Day.
Okay.
I like French. I like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I do.
Yeah. Whoever decided to put cut up some potatoes and put them in grease was an excellent idea.
Good
Think
move,
about that.
wasn't it?
Great move. And then throw salt all over it.
Yeah, dipping ketchup.
Oh, man.
Barbecue sauce.
Huh?
I've gone to that lately.
Well, you know what I've gone with, and this is to tolerate the waffle because we are Chick-fil-A. My family.
Yeah.
I think we have a flag waving in our front yard. Okay, I will take that zesty buffalo sauce that they have, which is excellent, and dip the waffle fries in that.
So you just drown the fries to get through it. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that with a McDonald's fry or Seasons fry. I just put it in my mouth and go.
Right.
I usually dip it in ketchup, but I don't have to. I don't. Not with those.
If I'm in the car, I just eat them.
Yeah.
I don't deal with ketchup.
I'll even go Polynesian with those waffle if I need to.
Now you're getting out of hand.
I will. See, to your point, I'm drowning the
That's
fry
what you're doing.
to get
It's
through
French
it.
fry day.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, so
I was at Arby's the other day,
Look
and I asked about I ordered fries for the kids. I said, I need fries. And they said, do you want regular fry or curly fry?
Oh, curly.
And I said, by the way, here at Arby's, that should not never. Why y'all started doing regular fry was nobody comes here for regular fries.
I know
Nobody.
I said, that ought to be just a crying shame that you're even having to ask me
Come
that.
on, good man. Curly.
I actually said that. I said, did you really just ask me that? I want curly fries.
That's the only reason I came.
The reason we came here was for curly fries.
Everybody knows that.
I love a good curly fry.
I do too. I love
National Fry Day. Will y'all go as far to now eat a fry today at some point?
No, not really. All right, so
unless I just happen to be.
All right, so let me ask you this: you're grilling out. All right, you've made your burger. Do you go chips, tater tots, or fries?
Well, I don't like dealing with cooking fries at
That's
home.
us.
Okay.
So I usually go.
We usually go
chips.
chips. If
I just
house,
don't. I'm not the guy with that big grease fryer in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I just don't like.
we
to
put them in
smell
the
it.
oven normally, but it still takes forever.
Yeah, I go with
Bag
chips.
of
Do I
chips.
like chips? It's good. No,
No, I'm the same way.
No, right.
but I'll
right.
get me a wavy Lay's and some French onion dip and work
Right.
my way through it.
Oh
Yes.
yes, you will.
I
Do you know
dip
what
my
we-
hamburger in
You know
it.
what we started doing?
Oh yeah.
Take you some French onion dip and pour. I'm serious about this. Take all of it and put it in a bowl, and then take a whole bottle of whatever your favorite wing sauce is.
Mm-hmm.
Pour it in there.
Okay.
Mix it up. You got you something.
I bet
Okay.
that is good.
Golly.
All right, you were talking about dipping stuff and all that. What about
French onion buffalo
I don't
dip.
know.
Oh, that
I don't know why you would have
sounds
both of them
right
on.
now.
I don't know why you'd have both of them on the table. But have you heard about these people that dip their French fries in ice cream?
If I did, I would be mad.
I've done it with a Frosty before.
I would
Wendy's.
hold it against someone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then again, when I was a kid, I used to get a chocolate shake with my burger and fries from Hardee's.
It's a good mix.
I haven't done that in years.
Mm-hmm.
That was 8.
Don't want to.
I think I was 8 or 9 last time I did that, but it's good when I did it.
Right.
I remember.
right.
Yeah.
I don't know
30 years
why,
ago.
but Terry's a big tater tots person.
I don't mind tater
She'll
tots.
break out
If
the
they're
tater
cooked,
tot.
they got to be cooked
Right.
dark.
Tell you what, I like is a good sweet potato tot.
You do?
Yes.
She'll go
Ooh.
that route too. Like we're going to try to be healthier.
What about tots?
Well,
and
you're
cheese?
not. It's still in grease.
Thank
It's
you.
still.
Thank
There's
you.
no way.
As
Matter of
I-
fact, it may be worse because
as
you're
I-
putting brown sugar and.
As I try to announce that.
Here's
but,
what I
mean-
do: is I add a little cheese and a little chili to it.
Oh, look at me.
Oh, a jalapeno in there.
Uh-huh.
But I want my tots. I want them crispy.
Oh, I do
If
too.
they're not crispy, don't bring them
Right,
to me.
right.
Yeah.
I don't want them soft where they like stick to your teeth. And
When
all
I was
that.
in school, when I was younger, and sometimes they would either have tater tots or French fries in the lunch room, and I was always disappointed when it was tater tots.
really
Kind of mad about it. Like, come on, why do y'all
made
even
you
have
mad.
those?
Yeah. Well, I've to your point, Helmsy, I've gone to Chick-fil-A so many times. The waffle fry is just something I expect,
Yeah.
and I just work around it. I guess I'm like you guys. I mean, the McDonald's French fries. I don't know the last time I've been at a McDonald's, but the last memory that I have of McDonald's French fries. I mean, that's the walking dog. Wouldn't you agree? I mean,
Yes.
let's just all admit.
Do you
that.
realize
Oh,
that?
they're perfection.
All right, if you what era, what year, or you can give me 100-year range. When do you think people started? I'll tell you this: it started in Belgium. When did people start dropping sliced potatoes into hot grease?
So Belgium gets credit for the waffles.
Mm.
Belgian waffles.
Yeah, boy, they really had it going on over there.
It was a long time ago.
It was.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it
say
was.
1842.
It was even further back,
Really?
1600s.
Oh,
Think of-
nobody knows what they were
It says
doing.
the late
then.
1600s, Belgium.
All right, the first person that did it. What do you think they were?
That's-
Hey,
They said everybody said,
Hey, we got
you
us something.
They
Yeah.
didn't know it was killing them.
no, right. They didn't
It's
know
really
that.
good, and it's killing us, but we don't know that
Right,
yet because
right,
it's
yeah.
1600 and something.
Yeah.
We're nowhere near that.
No, nobody can put that on social media and let us know about it.
Really took off in the 1700s.
Okay.
Went nuts in the 1800s.
Just telling you.
All right, I'm starving.
Yeah, I could be eating all kinds of good stuff.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Kickoff hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour break. If you're having French fries, just have a couple for us. Thanks.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Good Time Gang is live. 180 Van Adler. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. I'm Speedy. And we are the Good Time Gang. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Don't forget, make sure that you're registering for the World. The World Games are coming to Birmingham.
Yep, World Games 2022.
2022.
Sumo wrestling.
Right. Next year.
Korfball.
At this time, right here, next year, we'll have the World Games going on.
Rock, paper, scissors.
July 7th through 17th. We're letting you right now at rickandbubba.com under contest register for your chance to win VIP tickets.
Marco Polo.
To the World Games 2022 opening ceremonies and a meet and greet with country star Sarah Evans and Randy Owens. So do that right now under contest at rickandbubba.com. If you missed the opening of this hour, I did apologize to Adler. I set the coyote that he wants, the stuffed coyote, the full mount, in the garage so I could bring it today. No. And literally, you know what? This is another example that if you don't do it the night before,
put it in the truck.
There's no way you remember.
I'm the same way. But anytime I have to bring something here, I have to go out the night before and put it in the truck, or it's not going to make it.
But it was something about the coyote sitting in the truck all night that I didn't.
You didn't see it when you went in the garage?
It wasn't going to come alive, Speedy.
Yeah, right. Well, I didn't think it was going to do that. But
yeah, they were going to attack you.
I don't know. I just didn't do it. And
what if you forgot and you got in your car, started driving, and you see the coyote?
And it comes alive, and it goes, "What are you doing?"
Thought you got me, didn't you? I'm back.
But anyway, I do apologize for that.
You were excited about it, and
it's on me. And I
told Aaron you were going to bring it home.
All right,
I was real excited.
Have you guys ever forgotten something and you're kind of close to home, but you wonder, is it worth turning around?
You can't turn back.
That's where I was. I was just a couple of miles from the house, but I was like, I really don't want to turn around.
No.
You know,
you're that far out.
I know Adler will understand.
Yeah, I understand. I totally understand.
Right,
I can wait a day to have my full mounted stuffed coyote. I can wait one day. I've waited my whole life for this moment, so I can wait one more day.
One more day.
So you guys are day before people when it comes to the trash, everything.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
I had to do the trash Monday morning. Yeah, I guess yesterday morning, the morning of. And, like, you want to go fast because you're like, because it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, I gotta be at work. But then the wheels are really loud on the driveway. If you go too fast, you try to be quiet, and you're like trying to let it down quietly. But it's like,
yeah.
Well, I got a lot to do, Greg.
Yeah.
And I forgot. I just straight up forgot.
Adler, if I don't do it the night before, or I don't set things in a certain area or certain spot that I go to every morning, I'll forget.
Oh my goodness,
I will. It's got to be right there by my keys and my wallet. Yes, my wallet. And it's got to be positioned perfectly by my bag. I've even put documents like on top of my bag that I need to bring in or something.
Y'all, I got in so much trouble the other day. I still had my wife's car keys in my pocket as I was leaving the house.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, all right, where can I? Because I was like on my way out the door. I didn't want to go back upstairs, that.
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, where can I leave these where she'll see them? And there was like this just like windowsill just in the basement or whatever. Like, yeah. And then
probably not a good.
And then I'll tell her too. I'll tell her beforehand. I'll remember once I get to work.
No, you forget.
So I put them there. I put the keys there, and I look at my phone. And at like 8:05, I had like 3 missed calls and 2 missed texts.
Trying to find her keys?
She had been looking for her keys for about 15 minutes with a baby.
And
trying to get out the door.
And you're not returning
Trying to get out the door. She was so mad at me. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry they're on the windowsill. It was bad. I was like, I'll remember when I get to work.
I'll be sure.
I'll send her a happy good morning. Good morning, beautiful text. Your keys are on the windowsill. I didn't do any of that.
And then you missed her text trying to ask you where they are.
Yes, my phone was on silent. She called me 3 times, and then like later I could see on the security camera that I've got her just like running around the garage in the house, just like, calling my phone, like calling me and stuff. I was just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe she's not cussing right now. It's good to know my wife doesn't cuss, like even when she's by herself. That was my thought process.
Well, the baby was there. Probably saved.
That's real funny. So
the baby saved it for sure.
Yeah. Talking about missed phone calls. So I'm in the grocery store. What is it about grocery store and cell phone coverage? What is that?
It's gotten a little bit better, but it's still bad.
It is. It's real bad.
It's something about the dairy.
Yeah. So
it is.
So I missed a phone call from JC, and it was like 2 quick phone calls. and they weren't FaceTime calls; they were audio, so I knew it was serious. And so I see it as I'm walking out, and then I see a text to both Terry and myself from JC that says hello, and I'm like, what the? So I hit to call him back, and it wouldn't go through. How frustrating is it when you need somebody and the phone, it won't go through? It just says calling, and it won't ever start to ring.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
it happens all the time.
I don't know if it's something's locked up or if my phone was caught in some weird warp.
Yeah, mine does.
And I kept trying to call, and then he texts back, hello, hey, guys, I need y'all. And he won't ever say why. And so then it starts to ring, and then it goes to voicemail. But he's texting me while it's ringing.
That's why all that's going on.
Oh, my gracious alive. It got so frustrating. So finally I get him. I'm like, hey. He goes, sir. And I'm like, buddy, we've been trying to call you. He goes, my phone's never rang. But it was ringing. So how does that work?
But it's because he was texting on
I want to know what he needed.
Yeah, well, he needed some. Well, what do you think? It had to do with money.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
Kids.
kids these days.
So Ruby is. She's always like, can I have money for a
But
new bottle?
It really wasn't that important. It really wasn't that important. So instead of saying, hello, hey, I need y'all, just kind of explain yourself real quick, because there's obviously a breakdown on why. And Terry even responded, hey, I'm trying to call too. We were both trying to call. It was ringing, but he claimed it never rang. Gosh, it was frustrating.
I had a buddy of mine tell me one time too that cell phones are emitting more radiation during that initial, when you first press call, it's like trying to find,
you gotta clear out.
and it's trying to find a satellite and stuff like that. And I'm sure that's not true, but now every time it's sitting there calling, I don't want to hold it next to my brain, so you're just sitting there looking at it.
Yeah.
By the way, text messages can really help when it comes to avoiding that phone tag thing.
Yes.
We've called each other 3 times now. We should have just texted.
Yeah.
We should have just texted each other.
Yeah, talking about the radiation thing, that's why I never put the phone between my legs, like when I'm sitting down, down here. I don't.
Don't do that, pal.
I'm just telling you, I don't. Because I thought about
Well,
that. the
okay.
radiation.
Oh, damage.
Thank you, Dr. Speedy.
Well,
Thank you, pal.
It's just something to think about. Because, these phones now, they're so weird and awkward, and some of them are so big, you can't hardly put them in your pocket and sit down. So sometimes
No,
I
you
found
can't.
like it, I don't even know why I brought my phone into church Sunday, but I did. And I was like, what do I do with it? Where do I put it? I don't want to sit down on it. So what do I do? So I ended up just sitting beside me.
Yeah. Not in between your legs.
No.
So that's
But that
on
was-
the
I thought-
outside of your legs. It's safe. On
Right.
the inside, it's not.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know why, but that's how my mind plays.
I'm holding my phone away from my head while it says calling, so I can't say anything at all.
Well, because when it initially does that, that's
That's what they said.
they say.
Some guy told me that like a decade ago, and now I still think about it.
Stuck
Thanks a
Really?
lot, Stuart.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
I heard something about that radiation thing with it. That's why I don't put it there.
Okay.
Or on my chest.
Some people bring their Bibles.
Well,
in,
I'm
or
laying down,
Some people bring their phones into church for the Bibles.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't that on Sunday. I don't know why I brought it in, but I did.
Are you guys hard Bible? Do you bring a hard Bible, or you just do Bible on your
both.
phone?
I've
bit of
gone
both.
back and forth for many years. I'll just be honest. The only reason I carry my phone now is because if I see a secondhand embarrassment moment, I need to text a buddy.
That's true.
Yeah.
If I'm just being completely honest. But I'm a hard Bible guy. I like to take notes in it.
Yeah. I'm a little bit of
It's
both.
hard for me to take notes. I don't want people to think I'm
not
just
gonna look at
constantly
that
texting.
Yeah, you gonna ask Greg if he's your phone guy?
I do my Bible on the phone.
That really was a dumb
And
question.
then so when the
I
pastor
think that's a
says
sin.
open your phone, open your Bible, but then I'll just play like Snake or something like that.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Ooh,
Thank
it brings
you
me to my knees.
for being with us. We have much to do going forward on the program. But at this point, we stop.
Day without 'em, brother.
And we listen to our national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866, we be big as we go. Rick and Bubba University students taking your phone calls today. Boom, boom, bazooka. Picking and cheering. Ready to go. Banging out a degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower. Team Rick and Bubba, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Adler, all here. Will of Meat is in play. It's another week. Hasn't spun yet this week, so that can happen today. Many stories to uncover. Sitting across the way, the pride of a little community called Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you, though, probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy! How about it, Rick
Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Everybody say celebrate.
I just want to celebrate.
Want to celebrate
rare earth minerals.
I'll tell you that song right there. You can almost start any show with that.
That's a good one.
Well, I'm needing a pep rally. I'm needing a pep rally. I don't like to be hassled. Y'all know that. Y'all dealt with it. My wife's dealt with it. I do not like to be hassled. I do not like them, Sam. I am.
You beat me to the line.
Well, we're living in a bizarro world. We know that. First of all, we live in a fake world. We live in a world where no one apparently wants to work anymore. We live in a world where you can't get anything done quickly or efficiently. So if you don't like waiting and you don't like people telling you, like this was the hilarious. Now, it's all worked out, but I had a hilarious. I mean, I laughed, and Sherry said, well, Rick, I'm scared of this laugh. It almost seems maniacal. And I said, well, because it is a maniacal laugh. You know, we've been waiting on this tile for – well,
I just want to celebrate.
Whatever the math is from the end of February to now, I guess that's 6 months, okay?
Yeah, a long time.
So 6 months, 5 months. Well, no, I guess 6. So we've been waiting on all
Some
this.
people call
5
it
months.
5.
It's 5 months, yeah, because that's 2 and 7 is 5. So, but who cares? I mean, as long
Slip
as
your shoe off if
Bubba,
you have to.
Bubba, and today, if I just get close to the answer, if my heart was right, they have to
Rick,
give it to me.
Right, because you wanted it to be correct.
I wanted it to be okay. And
Identified as correct.
right, and there was somebody probably who was oppressing me, and that's the reason why I don't know the answer.
Sure.
But anyway, so I have to make an
I
excuse
just
for
want
him.
to celebrate. Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, listen to this. So the tile finally arrives from wherever it was coming from, and however long it took, 5 months to get here. So the tile finally arrives. My wife says this, and it led to a maniacal laugh. I said, "Well, where is the tile?" And she says, "Well, it's at the place we ordered it from." I said, "You talking about the one we gave thousands of dollars to?" And she said, "That's correct." And she said, "Well, you think there's a way we could go get it?" I said, "We're gonna go get it." The tile. I said,
You know how much tile weighs?
Listen, I said, "Why are we going to get it?" And she quote from the people that are over to you that see this. Well, they said that would be helpful, and that's when the maniacal. I said, "Helpful," and look, and I got to laughing so hard, and Sherry said, "I will not give you their number, please." Rick, I'm scared
Just
of your laugh.
withdraw that.
I said, "I'm scared of your laugh," and I said, "I know because I can say because I'm about to go nuts. Oh, y'all gonna make me act up in here, and I don't want to do that because that's not the example I need to set."
Let's not know about me.
So anyway, so then that happened. So then
You know what'd be more helpful if you laid it yourself?
right? That'd be extremely helpful. How about this? If we want to get helpful, what if I could make it? What if I could manufacture
Chisel it out of the backyard.
install it, haul it? What if I could do it all? It's back to this thing of people who provide services. They're acting like they're providing these things for free. You're not. I mean, now if it's for free, heck, I'll come get it. You know, Speedy will get his truck. We'll all get our truck. Well, but it's not free.
We're gonna need a forklift.
So, and we've been waiting on it.
Yeah.
Where were the days when people said, "Hey, man, we were so sorry. We're checking in with you a lot because we realize this is unacceptable."
Right.
Not we vanish and you have to find us like you're a detective, and then you know. But anyway, so the other thing that's happened is, and it's under warranty, Speedy, because I know that's what you're going to ask.
Yeah.
Is Sherry's dryer, washer and dryer, has gone kaput. So and then what? You got to wait on the part. You got to wait on the parts for that.
Both of them at the same time?
The dryer, just one
Just
dryer.
the dryer.
Yeah. So you're waiting on parts. Mm-hmm. Well,
Is it not cutting on?
Bubba, it'll cut on. And have you ever heard what it might sound like if you were to take 5 cats and blend them, and the way that screaming would sound?
Right.
Yeah,
That's
it sounds like there is a
So you got a 5-cat problem.
It sounds like there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex in there. Just I mean. So anyway, so
you got a belt.
right. So the belts are all bad. So the belts have to be replaced. Well, then they said, well, it's screaming so loud. I actually sent them a recording of it screaming after they tried to fix it the first time, and they said, well, that's screaming so loud, you need to stop using it. You're just going to make it worse. So we've had no dryer for 10 days.
Oh, wow.
So
Ouch.
That's a big deal.
So anyway, and this is what I texted to the guy yesterday, and he's laughing because he
Clothesline.
the guy, it's not his fault. He's just the guy that's going to fix it whenever the part gets here.
Yeah.
I said, just so you know, I've put on my last pair of underwear. It's the last pair I own, which means it's like 5th string. So I don't want to wear them.
Yeah.
I don't even like this underwear. It was my attempt when everybody pressured me to go with boxer briefs, which I hate them. And because I feel like I got sliding pants on. I'm sitting here right now in July in Alabama with 2 pair of pants on. Okay? And they come down on your legs. I mean, I'm already uncomfortable and starting that not so fresh feeling because my massive thighs are trapped in sliding pants with shorts over them. And then that beautiful look when you sit down and your shorts right up and then there's your underwear. You know, for everybody to see as if I'm gonna slide into second playing church softball. Okay, so
That's kind of the style though now, Rick.
yeah, I just don't like them. So that's why they sit in the 5th string position. Yeah, I mean some people can wear them. I just can't wear them. Yeah. I don't like them. I understand that's the thing. I just don't like them. So I said I'm putting on a pair of pants. I mean a pair of underwear that I despise. And he's like, look, I think I'm coming to fix it tomorrow. Look, we've gone to the point that our doggone underwear is hanging up on hangers.
Sorry, buddy.
Have you ever seen your underwear hanging up? That's weird. I mean, so we got that. So look, don't look. My empty nest has just been turned upside down. The college kid is home. Now, he's not in there a lot. He's going. He's home. He's doing his internship. We've got a friend that needs a place to stay. Got him downstairs. I've got a dumpster coming to my driveway today.
Right.
I've been waiting on tile. I got a bathtub that you can't use. Hadn't used it in 7 months. Okay. And now I got a dryer that doesn't work. I mean, my whole world is turned. What happened to my beautiful empty nest? It's just completely turned upside down.
Well, you need to go get that tile, Rick, and get things going.
I love that line. Well, they said if you'd come get it, it'd be helpful. Helpful? Nobody did really say that. You know when you say that famous thing, y'all take nobody really said it. Did nobody say helpful? Take that back. Seriously, straight up take it back.
So the person coming to put it, install it, can't bring it?
Well, that's what they are now.
Okay.
Because
They've been helpful.
I declined to be helpful.
Ain't being helpful.
Well, I can't be helpful when I don't have the equipment to come get it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on with that. 22 minutes past the hour. All right, so some unpacking we will do, and we know the stories we're going to do today. Your phone calls could take us in directions. We got some stories from within the lives of the dudes that do this show, of course. But some of the stories you want to talk about. Do you want to get into the fact that getting ready for the Olympics, our basketball team's getting drilled? Stephen A. Smith tried to make a common sense comment, tried to double down, then the pressure got too much and he backed up. Where do you want to go with all? We got all this. Some guy jumped a bridge.
Yeah, I was out of the loop on a lot of stuff yesterday, so this is going to be kind of like Educate Bubba Day on some of it.
Yep.
But let's start with basketball, okay? So this weekend, I'm just glancing at a headline, and I see that Nigeria beat our Olympic basketball team in preseason. It's exhibition stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, wait a minute. Our basketball team's never supposed to lose. I mean, we win games by 30 points. What's going on?
Well, especially when we start saying we'll send our pros.
Yeah. This is Rick. We are sending the best of our pros. Okay, with
and
the
I know they all don't
of,
go
of one or two players.
Yeah, I know, but they should be enough out there. I mean,
Kevin Durant's out there. We can't win.
Well, I saw Australia drill us too, and it was weird to watch Kevin Durant having to congratulate Australia for beating him. I mean, that was weird.
When Nigeria won, it was a close game. The Australian game that we just saw the highlights of, I mean, it was getting away from them. I mean, the Australians were doing dunks on breakaways, to close the game out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what is going on? Mm-hmm. I know LeBron James is not playing, but we still we got still the top players in the game in there.
Yeah.
What's going on?
We may have the top players in the game, but the top players in the NBA are not there. They're not.
Kevin Durant's
not.
Good?
And here's another thing. Well, hey, when you don't have a surrounding cast, that's a whole different ballgame. It's not the dream team we're dealing with.
Well, I understand that.
And here's another thing. The rest of the world has caught up in basketball.
I knew that.
That's probably a bigger conversation than us not sending our best.
I think that's what we're actually saying. We're saying apparently the rest of the world has caught up to us in basketball.
Yeah. Now you throw out LeBron, you throw the top 10, and I don't know who they are. You throw the top 10 out there, that's not going to happen. It doesn't matter. You can combine these other teams. It's not going to matter. If you build a dream team, it's over.
Right.
But we're not doing that anymore.
Is that just people don't desire to go do it anymore?
Well, especially when they throw everybody in these kind of bubbles and no fans, and it's not worth it to them.
Yeah, they've already been through an NBA season back in 2020 like that.
I don't know.
It just looks weird.
It does.
It looks weird to see the USA tank top getting drilled in basketball. I mean, it does.
We only have the Olympics every 4 years, so I don't know what the big deal is about going. I mean, if you've been LeBron James and you've won 2 or 3 gold medals, I got it. But I still just feel like our NBA ought to have enough talent that they ought to be able to win this.
Well, the thing I think the bigger point is this, and you're seeing it, and it was the point Helmsley's making, and I agree with it. We were just kind of talking about how weird it is for us to see it. But when you look at the NBA, if you send the best players now, then you'll be sending people from Australia. You'll be sending people from Nigeria. You'll be sending people from all over the world.
Yeah.
So then they go back and play for their country, so that dilutes who you're going to send. And the rest of the world's better at basketball, and we are sending some of the NBA's best players, but not a whole team of the best. Well, if you combine all that, you'll get beat 2 games in a row in the exhibition.
Let me give you this headline from CBS. Okay, CBS Sports. Australia hands Team USA men's basketball another shocking defeat ahead of Tokyo.
Yeah.
So I still.
It's still a surprise.
Yeah. When you think about Kevin Durant's on there. Draymond Green from Golden State Warriors. I mean, those are the kind of guys that are still on there. I don't know. I just feel like they ought to be performing a little better. And
they got to get rolling.
Popovich is the coach.
I knew it.
And,
Poppy.
Here's the thing. You look at the roster.
I'm not as big a fan of Poppy as I used to
You
be
used to love Poppy.
after I've heard him mouth off a little bit.
You used to
You're
love
not big
Poppy.
on Poppy.
You used to love Poppy.
Oh, Ricky was all about it.
Till he started lecturing you.
I'm down on Poppy right now.
How you
got a Poppy T-shirt.
You want to hear another lecture from Pop?
No, well, you know what? He's not going to be lecturing anybody playing like that.
There you go.
He might have to listen to a lecture from a radio host or two. Huh?
Are you saying it's our turn to double back?
Hey, Poppy, come on. What's up here?
Right. So
can you not handle the egos on this?
Well, and let me ask you this too, okay? Because the NBA finals are still going on, so there's 2 or 3 guys that are not even there.
Right.
That'll make a difference, right?
So
I
are they
mean,
gonna
I
play
would
for 'em?
think, wouldn't you?
I
I mean, I'm
hope.
looking at the roster right now. I don't know anything about this, but I'm looking at the rosters. I see 1 Phoenix Suns and 2 Milwaukee Bucks that are not even there.
Okay.
I mean, that's got to
And then
help,
you got
right?
2 other ones that I think have COVID, and they're doing their protocol, so they hadn't even joined the team yet.
Okay. Well, if you, I guess you're okay with us getting beat twice in exhibition.
It looks. I like
If you
putting
wanna
it
say-
that way. The tank tops with USA on it getting beat.
doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. I give you
It
that.
doesn't look good.
Tank tops,
who is
USA. I
missing?
did not think I'd hear today, which is excellent.
Yeah. Who's missing off the teams in the finals?
Well,
Do you know what
I
players
see
it is?
Chris Middleton, which I don't know about y'all. I've never heard of him, but I don't follow the NBA. The Phoenix Suns, Devin Booker, I've heard his
now
name. He's a
Booker,
good player.
Booker will help. Yeah.
And then Jrue Holiday. Don't know anything about him, but guys, there's 3 guys
my
that are
name was
playing
Jrue.
in the
I know
NBA finals. And
I can
don't
make
know,
that happen.
Don't know if I'm pronouncing that right or
Right,
not.
I understood.
Yeah,
You just take
it may be Drew.
Yeah.
But there's 3 guys that are in the NBA finals. That's a big deal.
It is. Not taking anything away from that. I'm just saying if we looked up and,
But still,
let's say all of a sudden somebody ran in and said, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe this," and I said, "What happened?" And somebody said, "Cincinnati just beat Alabama, and guess what? Memphis just beat them too." And you say, "Well, they're down this year." It would still feel weird, you know.
It would.
Yeah. Yes. Right. I mean, it would.
And by the way, these guys that are there may not even be. I mean, I would think they were star.
And you know what
guys.
else you tell me? Well, Memphis and Cincinnati, man, they got players now, and I'd be like, "Yeah, but it still looked bad."
yeah, but
You know.
Yeah, but our starting quarterback and
I
our
know,
top
yeah,
receiver and
yeah,
our starting
right, yeah.
linebackers out.
Yeah.
Well, that's a big
but
deal.
y'all, we're
Right.
not playing the Lakers. You know,
Right.
we're playing Nigeria and Australia.
Yeah, I know.
Come on. So we can't get it done with Kevin Durant and Draymond Green and people like that.
I know. We all like
Lillard-
Draymond because he's a
Lillard-
tough guy and all
Lillard
that.
can
He's
bust it,
He's
man.
not a Draymond Green wouldn't make my roster of Olympic athletes.
you know,
he's one of them guys down there in the trenches you got to have.
Let me tell you something. When the Australians make Kevin Durant put some shrimp on the Barbie,
Yep.
I'm sorry. It looks weird.
In a tank top with USA on it.
USA right across the front.
So Poppy's the coach and Steve Kerr is his assistant and they can't get it done?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. Teaming up with MyPillow.com and right now offering you 0% financing. Yes, that's on all orders over $50. You spend more than $50, you can finance that at 0%. That's free money, baby. If I take a little pressure off of you so you can get some stuff you need, just go to MyPillow.com. Look where it says radio listeners there. And go into there and enter the code Bubba for 0% financing on anything over $50. Now, you also will see all kinds of deals. We've got the 6-piece MyPillow towel set. Their towels are fantastic. They were $65 savings now. You can get a 6-piece MyPillow towel set, save $65. That's speedy kind of savings for $44.98. My slippers, which we love, Bubba and I love these, 40% off. And also their bathrobes and sleepwear, 30% off. Hundreds of products on sale right now. Go to MyPillow.com. Look under the radio listener square, put Bubba, and let the savings begin. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Bubba, I failed to mention another intern was here, and the reason why I didn't mention her because she was so late I didn't know she was here. But Millie Vanilli Wafer has drug into work eventually, so I do want to mention that she's here as well.
There she is. Well, Rick, new NIL deal, you know, she's just kind of getting on here when she can.
Well,
this is the kind of stuff that coaches are going to deal with. By the way, with NIL deals. You're right. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well,
last week's media sweetheart.
Well, you know what you have? You have somebody devoted to their craft, dependable, work 2 minutes early. Considering that on time, you give them one spatula, they fall apart.
I know, I'm telling you. Well, you throw a Franklin in there with it, my goodness.
Now they're dragging in 2 minutes late.
Yeah.
Golly. Think about this business. If the show starts at 6 and you come in at 2 after, let me tell you what it sounds like. Ain't nobody there. So in this business, you can't be late.
No.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Stephen A. Smith. Okay. Can I tell you something? Watching,
and he's got 2 controversies going.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we've added one since we got this story ready to go. But this will be cut too. We have today on the video.
Right.
Video booth. Can we have cut?
Yeah. So Stephen A. Smith is now being caught in the very trap that ESPN has set and their own commentators. Remember, Bubba said at the break. You're 100% right. Stephen A. Smith is learning what a lot of comedians are learning who love to be leftists and embrace communism and socialism and the cancel culture. The wokeness of the world. They're realizing, wait a minute, I'm putting myself out of work.
Yeah, I'm in the crosshairs. So what am I doing?
We like to see Stephen A. Smith be edgy, get on people, and talk frankly. Don't we like? That's why we like Stephen A. Smith.
Rick, that's why Stephen A. Smith has been a success at his job. That's why he makes $12 million a year.
Yeah.
He makes $1 million a month on ESPN, but he's got to be controversial. He's got to be edgy. He's got to be pushing the envelope.
I'm going to tell it like it is, man.
And you know what? Those things right there don't work in the woke culture.
No, woke people, you cannot. Let me tell you what you can't do in the woke culture. Tell it like it is.
No.
You can't do that. You got to think of
or have an opinion about something.
No, you got to think of everything possible that you could say that may offend someone and remove all those things, and eventually you're just better off sitting and saying nothing.
Yeah.
So here's what Stephen A. Smith said that got him in trouble. One of the first things he said.
And I understand that baseball is an international sport itself in terms of participation. But when you talk about an audience gravitating to the tube or to the ballpark to actually watch you, okay, I don't think it helps that the number one face is a dude that needs an interpreter so you can understand what the hell he's saying in this country. And that's what I'm trying to say.
So you saw Max. Max is already losing his mind.
Oh, now Max is apologizing to every Asian.
We think Mac. Now see, this now it's been now interpreted to Stephen A. Smith's point as Asian hate. See, Stephen A. Smith's just saying something that I talked about something
from a marketing standpoint.
Well, and we were talking about this even advancing the gospel in other countries. Now it's difficult to do, but it is a fact. And my wife has said this and is working trying to do this as well. It is a fact that if you want to speak to a people, interpreters are great. I've used them, I love them, and they can be very effective. But it's nothing like speaking to somebody in their own language. Mm-hmm. And Stephen A. Smith said, if you're trying to market a sport that needs Americans flocking to a sport, and to have the star of this sport unable to speak their language is not as effective as if he could. That's all he's saying.
That's all he's saying.
Speedy, let me try this name.
Correct.
Okay. Speedy has given me the way to pronounce it. Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani.
I'm gonna put an O there then. Ohtani.
All right, now if I have it right, and I know
Do y'all wish his name was Shogun?
Yes.
Huh? Show enough, Shogun.
It would
y'all
be,
remember that?
It would be his name if I was his agent.
Yeah, it'd be Showtime.
There you go.
Yeah.
Shohei Showtime.
You remember
That's what it'd be.
So this guy's an incredible player.
Yes.
We were talking about it's like he's almost like the little league player that could pitch and hit home runs.
He's modern day Babe Ruth, guys.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he is.
He's the starting pitcher
the
for the
greatest
American League.
player of all time. We compare him to.
All right. So
Already.
Yeah.
So Stephen A. Smith says something that I think is just walking around common sense.
Yes.
It's not derogatory toward.
And it's just an opinion that he thinks he could market him better if he could speak English.
He didn't even.
Yes.
He didn't even specify that Asian people should learn to speak English. He
No,
just
he
said,
didn't say that he needs to learn to speak English. He's just saying it's going to hold him back when it comes to marketing the game.
he could market the game and use his power to market this sport to the American people if he could speak their language. Just like if I went into South America to promote baseball and I was an English-only speaking player and I was the stud of their league and everybody had to have an interpreter to understand what I was talking about, it would be okay for someone there to say, man, if he could speak Spanish, he could really help us.
Yeah, it's less effective.
Right. Yeah.
Every time he gets up to speak, he orders cheese and asks where the bathroom
Thank
is.
you, Bubba. Well said, El Baño.
But why do we have to make it that he's being
Greg,
Asian
well,
hate?
'cause
and
you're
we-
not
I mean,
woke. Well, I'm not going to sit here and let you xenophobes defend
saying-
Stephen A. Smith. I mean, don't y'all know how xenophobic you all are? and of course, we now have an African American man that's now been deemed racist, which I was waiting on that.
Of course, he caved. He had to
All right, so he
apologize.
started out
Then
doubling
he doubled.
down.
Then he doubled down. Then he backed up.
Didn't he start out doubling down,
I don't know.
Well, he basically
saying I'm not going to apologize for this?
Well, no, what he has said is I'm not. I mean, I apologize for my insensitive remarks to about Ohtani and the way they were portrayed. However, I do think being able to speak English playing an American sport would be helpful.
Hang on,
You
just a
mean
minute.
Shohei Ohtani?
Hang on a minute. Is he apologizing for someone else being offended? I mean, it's like he didn't say anything derogatory about Shogun.
Right.
He didn't say anything.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, Showtime.
He said, I screwed up in the day and age with all the violence
they-
being perpetrated against the Asian community. My comments, even though they were unintentional, were clearly insensitive and regrettable.
So what? So he did completely back up. So what happened is Max finally started crying on the set, and in the break cried so hard and told Stephen A. Smith how mean what he said was. He pulled it back.
Comparing what he did to this so-called Asian hate is ridiculous.
It is.
I mean,
yeah,
in
it's-
the world,
it is.
but yeah,
Which
that's
one?
going on. But
I don't understand. What in the world are you people thinking?
Now, can I say that I'm chuckling a little bit that ESPN anchors are getting caught in their ESPN
Rick,
trap?
there is some woke humor here.
Yeah, there
really
and,
is.
in the basketball, when he gets caught in, he's doing his thing that he does, and which I enjoy
Trying to
watching
be
him
funny.
do. And now they're getting him for that in some of these tweets, and these are from the Nigerian team and some of the players. Some of the stuff they're saying is ridiculous.
So Stephen A. Smith's in trouble for saying that the star of baseball should be able to speak English to Americans. He would say it would be more effective. Right.
And Rick, can I clarify?
Which is just a
too?
common sense statement.
He can speak some English. He can speak some Spanish. But he's just uncomfortable doing an interview.
Understood.
Because he wants it to be more fluid. He wants the interpreter so he's sure he doesn't missay something or misspeak.
Which makes him less effective in that role.
Correct.
Not playing baseball.
guys,
I mean, he's still going to be very popular. They're just saying he could do more if he spoke
Look,
the
I'm going to tell you
language
something.
better.
I've done it.
He's okay.
I've-
He's all right.
I've done it when I'm standing up and I'm in an opportunity to teach. There's no comparison to even the rhythm of trying to say something and stop.
Yeah.
And somebody else speaks it in a different language. Then you pick back up, stop, and trying to figure out when to stop, and as opposed to just saying, "Hey, man, let me tell you what it's saying right here. Let me tell you what I want to do," and you just rolling out. And guys, it's just common sense. Interpreters are great. Got no problem with that. But is it as effective as speaking the language of the people listening? No, it's not. It just isn't. That applies to me. That applies to Showtime. That applies to anyone in that situation.
Right.
So
and that's all he said.
And the second thing is what he said a Nigerian's name and said whatever the heck his name is or whatever.
Yeah, he was mispronouncing their names. And
Well,
and now the Nigerian people are mad at Stephen A. Smith.
Yes, Rick. This is Stan Okoye. I know one of them. This Josh Okogie is one of the players actually.
Yeah.
But one guy said most disrespectful thing I've heard in a while. Stephen Smith is violating over 200 million Nigerians with statements like this.
No, he's not.
Those three men he mentioned worked hard to get, and to be dismissed like that. If you can't say our names properly, just don't say them at all.
I'm enjoying this. It's so funny to watch.
And for Stephen A. to get caught up in it.
Right.
Stephen A., let me say this. If they start taking away that he can't do his thing, Steve, that's your gig. That's what you got. The way you deliver that, I mean.
To the tune of $1 million a month.
Nobody wants to see him sit there and read the news straight.
No.
Report
that's his
straight.
gig. That's his gig.
Exactly.
You know?
Guys, when did we become such sensitive little.
Well, Rick,
Unbelievable.
Rick, we're so sensitive and we can't win a basketball game.
Can I tell you this? I'm going to go back to this. These people that act offended are not even offended.
No.
They think it's sharp to be offended.
Exactly.
They're
the
really-
players. I'm disappointed in those players. They won. I go make fun of my name all you want to.
Rick and Bubba.
Slow down. I need more time to figure out
I have to put this story under Wacky World. Yeah, this is odd. A look around the wacky. Baby. Ooh, baby. Bubba, we do have video for those of you watching on YouTube and for the team here in the Golden Ticket seats. Louisiana man says he was bored in traffic. Bored. Now, I just talked about you can get bored in traffic.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think this is the solution, but he's been arrested because while he claims he was bored, he's 26 years old, in traffic, he jumped 100 feet into alligator-infested river.
What the?
Which Adler was telling me in the break, even the current was very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And
Adler knows about current.
Well, he does. It does say that he was trying to. He could not swim against the current. It says here in the story. And guess what? Now you're talking about he didn't like being delayed. He was bored in traffic. So now everybody's delayed trying to rescue his stupid idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, because now we have to hours long.
I can relate to him. I've hit that moment where you go, I can't take this anymore.
I understand. We've all been there, but I don't know that this is the move to help you out.
No.
And we're going to see the footage in just a minute. Hold on just a second, Adler. But usually when you think about this, you think about somebody getting on the platform, concentrating, thinking about how they're going to jump.
Yeah.
No, this guy runs and just jumps over the rail.
So he didn't.
And he jumps 100 foot. Rick, I don't see how he survived the jump.
Do you remember yesterday when I said, and we all acknowledged, that if you just keep moving, even if you drive further, it's better than the crazy, just unbelievable, barely moving or sitting completely at a stop in traffic.
Yeah, understand.
It's one of the more frustrating things, and I think what we're about to see is the way we all feel. We just don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't just feel this way; he did it.
Yeah.
Now it caused more problems because we had hours trying to rescue the guy.
You haven't seen this footage?
No,
right?
first time.
Okay,
You know he looked at whoever he was with and said, "I tell you, I can't take this. I'm fit to jump off that bridge."
What do I do about audio? Yes, no.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
good.
okay. All right, here we go. All right.
Cut number 3.
You would think we're not, but we are. There he goes. There he goes.
What is he doing?
Wow.
Oh, my.
Not alive. Start swimming. Good gracious.
Rick, people die from less jump than
Guys,
that.
that
And he
was
just
pretty-
ran and
that
went
was
over
pretty-
the rail out of control.
You know what? He's
impressive.
about halfway down. He's that old further than I thought.
Yeah.
How about
yeah.
when you
He's really gathering up speed.
Can I
Let's
tell
see
you
that again.
I've felt that way before. I've just never done it.
Yeah.
Boy, he hit hard.
He did.
So he runs a lane over.
So
and
they're
just,
at a dead stop. Ow. That hurt, y'all. That hurt bad.
You realize if he didn't go in just perfect, I mean, he's dead on impact.
Oh, yeah.
It's like hitting concrete.
Yeah, he needed to be more of a needle. I mean, he hits that thing kind of frail.
Them blue jeans helped.
Yeah, but Greg, did you? Boy,
Yeah,
his
those-
legs were open.
yeah, those shoes hit too.
Yeah, I hope those shoes knocked down some of that.
Something.
Yeah.
Because I got news for you. That
Like
force
Rick,
was-
you did a story yesterday.
How long did it take him to get him out?
hours.
I don't know.
They say hours. I don't know what hours means.
He said he barely survived.
Yeah, said that he
Now,
struggled.
this is alligator-infested waters.
Yeah, and the current. He couldn't swim against the current. The current was too
I
strong.
think that current's what got him.
Yeah, and
How are y'all on bridges? Do they bother y'all? Some people they don't like.
Am I going
bridges.
to jump off of it or
No,
just?
I mean some people get nervous when they're on bridges. They don't
Lisa's
like it.
that way.
yeah, my
Is
wife.
she really?
Sherry's that way.
Yeah,
Sherry doesn't like
Terry
bridges.
doesn't like
Sherry doesn't like
bridges either.
bridges.
Lisa makes me slow down on I-20.
Yeah.
I tell you what I don't like. I don't like to hit one
Seems
of those.
like you'd speed up if you want to get
How
across.
about a
what I
traffic
thought.
jam being stuck on a bridge?
No.
You can't get off of
I
it.
tell you
Well,
what,
that's fine.
I'll be honest with you. What I don't like, especially if I'm in lift kit, because that's a kind of a. It's hard to get a feel kind of where you are. I do not like going across a bridge at exactly the same time one of these double trailer
Side by-
18 wheelers
Oh,
are
yeah,
beside me.
yeah.
That's a terrible feeling.
It is.
Yeah.
You just think any little.
Rick, you start doing
you just like you get a little, your table gets stuck.
You just trust
Suddenly you work on them glutes.
You have to fix the upholstery on the driver's side.
Stay straight. Stay straight. Stay
Yeah. By the
straight.
way, how did we ever get double trailers approved?
Oh,
How
Rick.
did that? We've got
They're
a train. We've decided, trains can get out there.
Yeah.
Put the train out on the interstate.
They're good.
This is a train.
Backing's a little tough, but they'll be all right.
We'll let people get out there with double
Oh, yeah.
18-wheelers.
A lot of them.
We'll let people have RVs as big as this studio. Oh, hey, and drag 2 cars behind it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
You're fine.
Train on wheels.
Yeah. Should we allow trains onto the road? I don't think so.
I have a theory: trains ought to be on tracks.
Yeah. So
Rick, we got to get our package though.
well,
Yes, we do.
Well,
And our
apparently,
tile.
apparently not.
Next day air.
I don't know. They could undoubtedly whatever y'all were trying to get the tile to me. Add another trailer.
Yeah. Maybe they quit doing trains.
But anyway, so he's been arrested. You can't do this, guys.
Oh, is that against the law?
That is against the law. He's been placed in handcuffs. He's been checked by paramedics. And the bottom line,
I bet he was so glad to be cuffed because that mean he was out because he thought he was drowning.
So
Well,
wherever he was going somewhere when this traffic jam happened. Now he's really behind.
Yeah.
Well, in his car. What
Plus,
we do
he's
his
got
car?
a car sitting
Now
on the
we-
bridge.
Now we got to tow his car.
Maybe the
had
person,
somebody with him,
maybe the
maybe.
person videoing
Another
it.
driver. Somebody like he's not the only one. Somebody could drive the vehicle.
Yeah,
Because
maybe-
where's he going now? Let's say traffic starts moving again. He's down there swimming and he's way down there.
Yeah.
How does he
I guess
get back
he thought he
up to
could
where
jump
he
in
was?
it and get out and come back up before the traffic started.
How does he get? But
He didn't
how?
realize he couldn't get out.
But how, Greg? I mean, that's a long way down.
I mean, how do you look at the bank and go, okay, I can get up here? You know, a lot of times it's not that easy.
Yeah. They asked Stephen A. Smith about it, and he said no comment.
He said, "You see Asians do that."
He did, Greg. He did not.
say
Greg,
that.
somebody said he said an insensitive comment about Cajuns. You know that Cajun hate is out there.
Yeah, it's
Rick,
everywhere.
you did a story yesterday stuck in traffic trying to get to the farm.
No, I know that feeling.
No, I've wanted to jump off
yeah.
bridges.
Yeah, we feel like it, but we don't do it.
No. Sherry said Sherry was in the car with me, and and this is look. I'm working on it. Okay, I'm growing. I'm trying to just continue to just little baby steps. Okay, sometimes it's 3 steps up, 2 steps back.
Yeah.
You know, but this is why I can't be allowed to have weaponry on the front of my vehicle. If I had weapons on the front of my truck,
it'd be bad.
I mean, people would be blown up. I mean, I would be
Yeah,
blown.
there's a lot of times I wanted a Tomahawk missile that I could just, fire from the steering wheel.
I tell you what I'd like. I'd like to have one of those things like a train does have on the front. You know, that triangle where I could just move
Cow
people
scoop.
as I push through.
Yeah.
You know.
And like I said, it looks like this was the situation here. We all get the traffic where you're inching along, and that's bad. But when it's dead, shut down, and I mean people's turn their cars off, that's a bad.
Did y'all see on the interstate
When they're putting
the?
tents
It's
up.
not worth jumping off of.
bad,
It's not. It's not
no.
jumping off a bridge.
All right,
But
so
I would consider it.
It's been a week or two, but did y'all see traffic stopped on the interstate going northbound? And so somebody pulled out their pop-up tent and they had a grill and they started like grilling out
that's
on
a
the
good
interstate
idea.
and other cars were coming around just hanging
So
out
it's one of them
eating.
shut
It was
down.
one of those we're shut down for hours. They just started grilling out on the
Yeah,
interstate.
you like
You
that
gotta love
person.
that, yeah.
Unless traffic starts flowing again, now they're stopping because they can get the grill put up.
At what point does he?
I got to let the charcoal cool off.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, that's true, Bubba. Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. Rick and Bubba University interns, Millie Vanilli Wafer, Boom Boom Bazooka, picking and cheering. Earning their degrees in common sense, that now a superpower. Will of Meats in play has not spun yet this week, but we're only day 2 into the week, so be paying attention for that. Would you like to get VIP privileges for the opening ceremonies of the World Games and meet Sarah Evans and Randy Owen? Well, you could by going to contest at rickandbubba.com. Register your name, and the folks at the World Games will be giving away those VIP packages, and it might as well go to you. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and we thank all of you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Updates on the pandemic. Well, we now have warnings from the right side of politics and the left side of politics. They're all agreeing on something that you were not allowed to say in the beginning. You were not allowed to question the vaccine. You are not allowed. If you have any concern about vaccines, you are labeled immediately anti-vaxxer. Now I've never said that we should not have vaccines, nor do they not play a role. But to say that I'm not allowed to question them, or like I would anything as a medical treatment, we do know in our past that sometimes medical treatments have some bad side effects, and sometimes you know that, and time maybe not to put it on the market. Other times you put something on the market and you have to see how they respond to this many human beings, and sometimes we just don't know. But this thing, if you're not allowed to question, that sounds a lot like what the people in Cuba are tired of right now. Of course, there's not much they can do about it because they don't have any guns. But so here's some things that we know, and we'll, because we got a Tucker Carlson quote too. He's been labeled an anti-vaxxer from the very, very trustworthy, and I know we all care what Dick Durbin thinks about us. But anyway, so he's got something. I know I lay awake at night going, I wonder if I've upset Dick Durbin. Sometimes
he's a rocket scientist.
Well, sometimes when someone opposes you, it's actually affirmation. Yeah. I feel pretty good about myself. Dick Durbin hates me. But anyway, so Johnson & Johnson having some issues. The Food and Drug Administration warning there's a possible link between the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. And I can you pronounce this disorder? Is it Guillain-Barré? GBS?
GBS, Rick.
Adler, since you took the Johnson & Johnson, do you know how to say this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, Sam could maybe try. I don't know.
I know some of you know how to say it. It's been around since the mid-70s.
You don't say it like it's spelled.
We can't pronounce simple things. Try to pronounce this is almost just a bit of a step up for us. The bottom line is, we had this in '76 and had some issues with it, and it can be very, very dangerous. But I want to also just give information. I know that's an odd concept now in journalism to just report the facts. Of the 12.5 million Johnson & Johnson vaccines that have been administered so far, there have been around 100 cases.
So that's it. Exactly.
Yeah, and so that you don't want, of the 95 who were hospitalized, one person has died, according to the FDA. Now, you want to have nobody getting having any problems. Do we have Sam ready? Let's see what
my
Sam
channel, Rick.
Which one are you? Right here. There we go.
Yeah.
Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Say it again.
Okay, one more time. Sam, slow down if you could, Slam.
Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Sam's talk too fast. I can't understand what you're saying.
Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Guillain-Barré syndrome. But anyway, so this is something we're seeing, and they are looking at it. Now, again, I want to remind everybody, because for some reason in our world of tribalism, if I'm on the left, then everything the left says I have to agree with. If I'm on the right, everything the right says I have to agree with. I can't critically think on my own. I can't have my own opinions. Right. And I can't have opinions that may sway in different worldviews because I think they're the truth. You remember the interview we had with Ryan Bomberg over the weekend? He says, I don't know how to break this to everybody, but truth does not have a skin color. Truth is just truth. And you know what? Truth really doesn't have a political affiliation. It doesn't have a worldview. Truth stands on its own. Yep. So the truth is that we have people who are getting this syndrome, and they think it's tied to the vaccine, but it's not a large number of people, but it is happening.
Yep.
12.5 million and 100 people have had a problem with it. One died.
Right.
And again, you don't know the condition of those people. You don't know what they already had going on. Here's where it hurts, though. When you go to the Vax database, Johnson & Johnson accounts for 20% of the GBS cases that have been reported so far. and only 3.8 of the vaccines given. That's where they're running into a flag problem.
Right. Now, this is something that I think is important, Bub, because they always want us to know that even a Kennedy is weighed in on it.
Oh, boy.
Now, if there's a Kennedy, then we all need to sit. Some people set up literally in their car right there. Oh, a Kennedy. So we have Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's the son of the late U.S. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy. He's the nephew of the President Kennedy. He also raised concerns over the link between this vaccine and GBS, and he said something. Of course, he founded the Children's Health Defense. He agrees with what's being said by people on the right that the American people deserve. Wait a minute, stand by. This is really going to be hard-hitting, edgy stuff here. The American people deserve transparency and as much information as possible from the federal government so they can make an informed choice about their own health. Oh, my! What are we going to – what a controversial statement. Cancel who said that. Well, the Kennedy agrees. Okay, it's good then. Okay, if a Kennedy had not weighed in, we would cancel this person for saying that people are to have all the information to make informed choices. This would probably also be with sonograms where life begins, probably helpful. So how about this? If you're going to make a decision, and certainly choices need to be made by free people, but how about this? We all make informed choices. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Well, see, we're living in a time that's trying to demonize that, and we can't let that happen. How about this? You may hear that 12.5 million people have received a vaccine, and 95 of those got a syndrome that you don't want to have. And you know what you say? Thank you for that information. I'm moving forward. Or thank you for that information. I'm out. That's kind of how it should work, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson, Tucker has been talking about this kind of stuff forever, and of course Dick Durbin has labeled him an anti-vaxxer. Yeah. See, that's
him and Laura Ingraham.
Remember, that's what they do. These tyrannical, overreaching central government people, they if you have a point of view they don't agree with, then they go after you and exaggerate like you're a loon. And because why do they do that? Because if I can label something a loon, then everybody thinks that I have. It's appropriate for me to try to remove this from our landscape. It's loony. Anti-vaxxer. No. Well, you're gonna call one of the Kennedys an anti-vaxxer? I mean, the one of the Kennedys.
Now this is Robert Kennedy's son.
Yeah.
I mean, the former Attorney General.
So here is Tucker responding, courtesy of Fox News, to Dick Durbin, calling him an anti-vaxxer. Here it is.
She's in charge. Anyone who asks any questions at all, totally nonpartisan questions, must be a white supremacist. Here's Dick Durbin of Illinois doing his best today to define someone who wants more information about a specific drug as a lunatic who's against all vaccines. Watch.
There are two hosts of programs on Fox Primetime that can only be characterized as anti-vax quacks. I'm referring, of course, to Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham. They have been spreading what I consider to be irresponsible information about vaccines across America and about the effort of this nation to deal with them.
Spreading irresponsible information. Now notice what he didn't say. Durbin did not accuse us of spreading false information. He did not accuse us of being factually wrong. We haven't been. Nor are we against vaccines. Of course, very few Americans are against vaccines. Virtually every American has had a ton of vaccines and was expecting to take this one.
Yeah. So but remember, if you say something they don't want you to say, it's not just, well, they have an opinion on it and you get all the information you want. You're a quack. You are not allowed. Remember, anytime government starts saying you're not allowed to say something, or you're quacky and we're going to come take you away and you need to be done away with or taken off the air, be very leery of that. Phone calls next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's a line available for you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba show lines are available for you to join us. There they are ready to go. Interns Picking and Cheering and Millie Vanilli Wafer are all ready to take your phone calls. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and we go to the next caller. There are 10 lines here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, which allows you easier access to the show. And then the troll takes that line of calls and starts moving it rapidly in front of you so you get on quicker. So make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, all get an instant buzzer because we are protecting the audience that is trying to spend some time hearing opinions, comments, and discussion. So let's go to Aaron out of Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Aaron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Fired up and ready.
I hear you. So I just wanted to give a little more context into the Guillain-Barré syndrome and the risk of getting that with vaccines. Obviously, like you said, we all need to take into account objective data, so I just wanted to add a little bit more to that. You said there were 100 cases out of 12.5 million vaccines, so roughly 1 in 100,000. Very similar rate with the flu vaccine, and in the general public every year. And this is from the
yes.
In my mind, I was giving him a timeout, and I don't know why I didn't put my hand up because I really wanted to hear that.
Well, and
I was going, okay, timeout, and I don't know why. I just thought it, Rick, like you were going to read my mind.
And then when you but in all fairness, because I don't want to be insensitive, and knowing one of these cases personally, if your loved one is killed by the vaccine or the shot, it feels a little different.
Like I say, we know
but there's risk in everything that we do.
We know someone who passed away from the flu vaccine.
I do, and it's horrible. But it does happen. Jacob in Alabama. Jacob, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Good.
Great.
Well, I want to say, how come we can't treat the Johnson & Johnson vaccine the same way they treat the COVID outbreaks, like they were saying with the concert last week, when 25 people got the COVID, now you got 100 people got this new disease with 12.5 million people getting the vaccine.
Yeah, if you play by the left's rules, of course, now Kennedy has weighed in, so now it's all okay. Okay. But if you play by the way the left does the COVID outbreak, 24,000 people every night for, was it 3 nights of a concert? Now, again, some of the people were the same people every night. So I'm going to say that probably, I don't know what the influx would be. I'll just stay with the number of the one night, okay, 24,000. But over 3 days, it probably was more than 24,000 because some people probably came for certain artists.
Yeah, even if they're the same person, they came and they could have been exposed 3 different times.
Now, that is true.
So you got to look at the whole
That's a good
number.
point.
Yeah.
24,000 people hung out together for 3 straight days, and it was 23 people that tested
remember,
positive.
Greg. What was it? 17 to 20?
17. It was 4. It was, I think, 14 people there and 4 workers or something like 17 to maybe it was 13. I don't remember, but it was less than 20.
Okay, so let's say 18 people. Okay, so 18 out of 24,000. All right, so we all agree that's not a big number, or it's not something that will concern me. Well, it's interesting when the vaccine has 95 people or a small number. We're always told small number, small number. But if a small number of people get the actual COVID virus, we're told that's the end of time.
Oh yeah, we act it's off the
so
chart.
if it's no big deal that only a few people have bad reactions to the vaccine, then it's also no big deal when 24,000 people gather and 18 people got COVID. It can't be both. It can't be one is shut down everything and one's no big deal. It can't be that. You got to treat both the same. And that's I agree with you, caller. Michael and Arab. Michael, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
All sports fans remember or have heard of the Miracle on Ice when we beat the Soviets in the Olympics and hockey. But few remember the following Summer Olympics, the Soviets with an all-white team beat America in the medal round in basketball. I think that's the big reason they came out with a dream team, because back then we used all amateurs.
Well, that is the reason.
Absolutely is the reason.
That is the reason, and you're right. And that was there was also a controversial call in that game, but that you are correct on that.
But the argument was also being made that the Soviet Union's national team, that's all they did, and they were paid to do that. So they were kind of their professionals too. So it was a fair argument to look at.
No doubt. I mean, you could, on the other hand, say, wasn't it special that a bunch of amateur hockey players beat professional hockey players, and it's not as magical when we just watch pros play pros in the Olympics. It's just like watching professional sports, and nothing really changes. I understand that argument.
Yeah.
But then there's the argument of, hey, we sure do hate getting beat.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to have pure amateurs, you'd have to have people who are like dentists and foundry workers and bus drivers out there playing. That's the only way you're going to have that.
Donna in Elmore. Donna, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Donna.
Hey.
Hey, love the show, long-time listener.
Thank you.
Been listening since Speedy got buried in the casket.
Wow, that has been a while.
That's been a minute.
I didn't like it. I was against it.
I was against it as well.
I was for it.
I was calling to change the subject. I wanted to talk about The Chosen.
Wow.
There y'all were again.
30 seconds.
Hey, yeah.
There was a lot of.
Don't waste any time with a phone troll.
It's a phone troll. If she'd have started with The Chosen, we'd be talking about it right
love
now.
her heart.
The final episode for season 2 was Sunday. So now there's 2 seasons of it available. Season 2 is now ending.
I'm waiting on you guys to tell me when everything is out there, so I can go. I'll watch it all in one.
It's there now.
And binge it.
You can do first and second season all.
And I've seen the first season.
All right, so
and I waited on it too.
Second season's there. You can go get it now.
Boom. Next 2 days, I'll have it done.
It's really good. I think Greg would agree, and you guys, y'all seen. If I could just wave one caution flag, and it's just a caution flag.
Here we
Some people are overreacting. What did I just say?
Caution.
Repeat back to what I said about overreacting. Some people are going further than I'm going to go. They're acting like it's all terrible, and that's not true either. Little caution flag. It's just a caution flag. That's all it is. I love us showing the humanity of the disciples and the humanity of Jesus.
Yeah.
I love that.
Okay.
But let's don't get carried away with it.
Oh,
Let's
really?
don't get silly with it.
Yeah.
Just a caution.
Yeah.
It's
little
not,
debris on the road. Look out.
It's not a red flag.
Gotcha.
Greg, am I right? Just
You're right.
a little caution.
Yeah.
Let's don't get silly with it. We don't have to be goofy. Okay. And we're not. And I don't think we're completely there.
No.
But you know how sometimes you go, well, if we don't adjust something right now, it's
Yeah.
almost like we become obsessed now with we're going to show how human they are. And for some reason we think one of the greatest markers of being human is to be silly. And that's certainly part of it.
We got that covered in here.
And I'm sure that went on. But let's not overdo it.
Okay.
Because you can get to a point where you become irreverent. And just
How quickly will I notice this?
Pretty quick.
Would I have noticed it without you telling me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And it's not.
That's actually a compliment to me.
It doesn't ruin the second season. I enjoyed the second season. I was moved by the second season. There's some incredibly moving points, and there's things they have done that are phenomenal. What I love the most about The Chosen is the way they portray the miracles and the reaction. I just think it's beautiful.
Okay. I'm fired up.
And I think what you're saying has kind of been a running theme because they have had the time to expand on the personalities a little bit.
Yeah.
And they, a bunch of guys are going to act silly sometimes.
Sure, not all the time.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Relief Factor, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba show. We love it. Relief Factor, and boy, the older we get, the more we love it. Those aches and pains from life, some you can identify, some you can't. Why is this hurting? I have no idea. I just went to bed. So Relief Factor's all natural. That's the problem. I know. I've been there. You popping that over-the-counter stuff like it's a vitamin. But those are not designed for that. And prescription pain meds, good grief. Do we need to talk any more about the addictive properties of opioids and the lives that have been ruined? But Relief Factor is all natural, and it's a 100% drug-free supplement that helps the body lower or eliminate pain. And I hope this is the answer for you. Go to ReliefFactor.com. You can get 3 weeks of it for $19.95. That'll let you know whether it's going to work for you or not. That's ReliefFactor.com. You also can find it at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors, and we love it. Finishing up some stuff from the phone troll, like we're talking about in the Tucker Carlson comment after Dick Durbin, called him an anti-vax quack, and this whole demonizing those who question the vaccine. Then Johnson & Johnson said, yes, we've had some problems with ours. It's not a lot of people. But like one caller said, but what about when it's not a lot of people that got that tested positive for COVID? We say that's a big deal. So it's all over the road. But I will tell you this, and this is something you got to be very careful of. There is a narrative in this country that if you're not getting in line and you're not getting your vaccine, no matter how healthy you may be, they want to make life difficult on you, so you will go get it just to get the difficulty off of you. And if you think we're exaggerating, listen to CNN commentator Dr. Lena Wynn. Here's what she says.
And so how quickly we get this under control and which way we go depends on what we do now when it comes to vaccination, to overcoming disinformation. And what we really need to do at this point is to make vaccination the easy choice. It needs to be hard for people to remain unvaccinated. Right now, it's kind of the opposite. It's fine. I mean, it's easy if you're unvaccinated. You can do everything you want to do anyway. But at some point, these mandates by workplaces, by schools, I think it will be important to say, hey, you can opt out. But if you want to opt out, you have to sign these forms. You have to get twice weekly testing. Basically, we need to make getting vaccinated the easy choice. That is what it's going to take for us to actually end the pandemic.
Now, marketing-wise, she's 100% right.
Yeah, but I don't know that you should say that out loud.
Yeah, she's right about that. And like we said, one of the things I think that they've done wrong that wouldn't be near as creepy and sound so much like the Soviet Union or communist Cuba is if they would do things like Bubba was telling me, showed me a story in the or we saw it up on the screen, I guess, about the little girl who had to wear a mask at a summer camp while playing tennis.
98 degrees outside. She played tennis for 3 hours, and then she said she didn't feel well.
Yeah, that's probably because your oxygen was restricted. And that's not the way to go.
We talked about this in the kickoff hour in regards to mask. Last night's home run derby. You had 50,000 people in the stands, no mask. All the little uncoordinated kids that can't catch fly balls or running around in the fields last night all have masks on. You don't think that's theatrics?
I mean, it's lunacy. I'll go further than that. It is theatrics, but it's lunacy.
And I'm hearing this, too, in regards to masks, and this is a rumor circulating several school systems, that if you don't get the vaccine, your kid will have to wear a mask. Now, I think that was maybe something the CDC put out, and schools are not necessarily doing this, but you're going to see a lot more of that as we get closer to that first bell on August, whatever it is, that you return back to school.
Well, perfect example, Sherry and I were doing a lot of work that we were cleaning and stuff we had to do this past weekend in this barn that we have. Even though it's weatherized, it's still a barn. It's not like a house. It's not that secure. So you still get a lot of dust and stuff that comes in. And so Sherry said, look, since we've all been, we all have trucks and cars full of masks, why don't we get a couple of these masks out so we don't get home and have all that dust and whatever. Yeah. And so it's hot. I mean, it's July and we live in the deep South. So when I couldn't do it, I just said I can't do it because of like you're talking. I felt like something was after me. Mm-hmm. And so Sherry stayed with it. And so we get in the car and she pulls her mask off where her whole face has broken out red from heat. And everything on her face, and you get the heat rash and all that kind of. And she's like, "Oh my gosh!" So imagine, like this little girl you're talking about. Imagine, this thing of wearing masks while you exert yourself. Yeah, That is
crazy.
Come on.
And this was think about
nobody
this.
can recommend you should restrict your flow of oxygen while you're working out.
Right.
Well, and that's where a lot of the nursing field, that was their struggle. Like they're constantly running around these hospitals, and that's what their day to day is. Never being able to remove it. That's a big deal.
It's miserable.
But back to the school
and
systems
I'm not sure
for over a year.
It's not warranted.
No,
either.
it's back to the school systems. California basically saying we're ignoring CDC guidelines. Kids will have masks on when we return to school. Mayor de Blasio just announced we will have masks. They will be a part of school. It's weird how they'll want to, everything the CDC says they want to do, but then there's other areas where they just blow by what the CDC recommends and they do whatever they want to do.
So it
doesn't make any sense.
Let me ask you guys something. Why would you? What's the end game? If I'm in a state that people are leaving because they're tired of the overreaching government, the high taxes, they don't like that these wonderful cities they used to enjoy now look like third world countries and human waste is all over the streets.
Yeah.
So what is the play of me as dictator governor or dictator mayor? Who am I playing to, Bubba? Help me. Who's my audience that loves me continue to restrict your freedoms, to raise your taxes, to turn your streets into toilets, and to tell you to keep wearing masks everywhere you go? Who am I playing to?
I guess people that hate conservatives.
Is that who I'm
freedom-loving people? Maybe people who are on the government payroll and don't want to go back to work because I'm getting paid anyway.
Yeah.
See, that's you can't pay people not to work. That doesn't work with the plan.
Well, the way we're set up, that won't function.
Well, not for long.
No. Well, you saw the Babylon Bee headline. Teachers anxious to go teach critical race theory, but then they realize they have to go to work.
Yes.
So Linda in Georgia. Linda, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, doing good. Sorry, my GPS just went off.
Understood.
But no, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
I'm just wondering why Johnson & Johnson, who has so, all these problems with the vaccinations, that when you get to the Pfizer, there's been none at all. That just doesn't make sense to me.
So, I guess can you clarify your question a little bit? Are you saying why are they saying Johnson & Johnson has problems and Pfizer doesn't?
Yeah, it sounds like she's suggesting that because now the left loves to pick winners and losers. So,
but we do have a vaccine reporting hotline that is keeping up with problems from this. So, and we would like to think it's transparent, but it just appears Johnson & Johnson has had more trouble than the other guys at this point, and I think that's very important to say.
Yeah, I don't think there really is a why. I think we put 3 vaccines out there. All of them have had very, very minor problems, but Johnson & Johnson seems to have more problems than the other 2. Now, I don't know why that is. It may be the way they were made, or it may be the way our body responds to the different, the mRNA technology versus the old school, give you a little bit of the virus. Maybe COVID-19, the virus, is so novel and so problematic that receiving a live part of it may be more problematic than a synthetic.
Your body making its own spiked protein for your immune system to jump on.
Yeah. So,
but we don't know long term how that's going to go, and I think it's also important because we're talking about numbers here. All of them have a very high efficiency rate compared to like a flu shot. Mm-hmm. Flu shot, 50% maybe.
Yeah.
Hit or miss.
Yeah, 48%.
48. So, all of these are tracking in the 90s. I mean, that's. Remember when the first numbers came in, they were blown away. They go, "Wow, let's check those numbers again."
Yeah. Now, did Johnson & Johnson ever get up in the 90s? I know they were the lowest of the
I
three.
think it was probably 85.
Yeah, I think so.
And let me say,
it was 90
still,
on
it's
people
better than
dying
flu,
from it.
Better than flu shot.
Yeah, they're all better than flu.
Right. And let me say, when I said 48%,
we need to redo the flu deal. It ain't working.
I misunderstood. When I said 48%, it said 48% of Americans get the flu shot vaccine. Only 48, which means there's a large majority of the country, they just don't like to take vaccines. It has nothing to do, they just not.
No, I think
I'm
it
not
is.
an anti-vaxxer, but I don't take the flu shot.
Right.
No, I don't either because it's not that effective.
Right. That's the thing.
The reward versus risk is not there to a lot of people. Now, if you're older and your chances of dying from it are higher, then it's a whole different game.
Yeah, but even my parents stopped taking the flu shot for the reason y'all just said.
Yeah.
And they're in that. They just said it just doesn't seem to be that effective.
We always, we got this type and that, and we can't get them all in there, and we always miss. Hey, we think it's going to be B and C, and it's A this year, and D and F, and all that. And good gosh,
I'm 43. Have they ever hit it out of the park? And said, man, we nailed it this year.
No,
not one time.
Not one time.
So I think what
what really lowered it, and I know a lot of people are going, why is the flu thing down? When we all isolated, the flu numbers went way down.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It really does. If
or
you
a
look at
mask.
it.
I've gone back to the. I know it's a weird concept. I know there's some things I need. I just try to minimize how many pharmaceuticals are going in my body.
Yeah. I'm not anti-vaxxer either. I just think you need to be an informed and wise vaxxer.
Yeah.
I mean, we all got polio, and hey, it worked real good.
Yeah.
None of us got it.
I don't want to be over-vaxxed either. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Man Church back out on the road this week. Excited. I'll actually be in Philadelphia, Mississippi on Thursday night. I'm meeting with an association of churches that are bringing out their pastors and some few men from their churches to hear about the discipleship strategy from the manchurch.com. And I'll be doing a message for them. But that was an invitation-only deal within that association. But I know some of you that are going to that going, I know you're not mentioning Thursday night. Well, it wasn't out for a come one, come all. But looking forward to seeing those men that are coming as part of that association there in Philadelphia.
And, Rick, I love your message, don't gamble with your soul.
That's the one in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Also, coming up on Sunday, I'll be in Orange Beach, Bubba.
Because the house always wins.
That's right, boy, always. Eventually, old Satan shows up for his money, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Sunday night, be speaking to the men at United Methodist Church, and those of you that want to attend in Orange Beach, Alabama, Sunday 105. Be there coming up this Sunday night. And Mark Garnett from themanchurch.com, he also is teaching another group that is deep into our discipleship strategy, and he'll be going over to Warrior, Alabama, and he'll be speaking to the folks coming up on Sunday night at Crossroads Church. And like I say, this is about their second or third man church, and Garnett will be teaching them, and you're welcome to attend that if you want to.
Speaking of him, how's Jordy doing? I hadn't seen him in a while.
You know what? Jordy seems to be doing great. He's
I saw him at the beach the other day.
He's actually in Orange Beach right now.
Really?
He sure is. Or he was there last week. Maybe he's back. I think it was last week.
Was he running a 5K? Something like
he was not running a 5K.
Was it a food show?
No, he was not. So anyway, I'm going to. We talk about.
I love Jordy.
We're talking about we
got to eat often.
Marriage and God's. He loves marriage and. In the different personalities, is it not entertaining when you look at how many things you have in common with your wife, but then the things that you don't have in common with them and how funny all that can be, and the two different approaches. And so I just love when I get to teach and get to speak with my wife Sherry. We get to do it a good bit now because we just started, like I said, a Sunday school class that we're doing with another couple and rotating and teaching together. And Sherry and I, and we're doing a marriage conference together on August 14th at Pensacola. They're running out of room for that. If you want to be there with us, spend the weekend in beautiful Pensacola. Shane and Shane in concert that night at Olive Baptist Church. So those details are August 14th at rickandbubba.com under the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. So Sherry and I, though, have two completely different approaches to how we prepare. Yeah. And she's impressive. I mean, and she's a gift to me. A lot of the things that I end up teaching, she does the research, and we sit down and we discuss it and we walk through all this. She's just such a good researcher, and she just, she loves to study. She just, some people just can do it, that's not really my thing. I know it's not your thing. So, but Sherry really, really, dives in deep and gets in and just pulls every nugget she can find on anything that we're going to be, teaching. And so, you know how sometimes things are a big deal to our wives that aren't really as big a deal to us, meaning it must be talked about right now.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So
like something happening next spring.
Yeah. So I'm in the shower. Sherry is. I would find out was preparing a lesson that we had that we were going to be doing, and so I'm in the shower. I'm talking about like soap in my eyes, and you know how you can sense when somebody's in the room. And I rinse off, and I'm like, you okay? She goes, I need to ask you something. I'm like, oh my gosh, the house is on fire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The house is on fire. I thought, what's going on? I said, right now? Yeah, I need to ask you something. And I said, oh, okay. Well, and look, and I'm taking soap, trying to get it out of my eyes. I'm trying to step out. She sits down on the tub. Of course, it doesn't work anymore. Mm-hmm. She sits down on the tub like, come on. I mean, I need to ask you about this. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we got a call from one of our kids. We got a call about our parents. I'm like, I'm trying to get out. I'm rushing. I picture the soap, trying to wash it off. I grab a towel, because I need to.
Yeah.
And I said, what, honey? What? She goes, I want to ask you this. Do you think this is synthetic or synonymous parallelism in Psalms chapter 7? In Psalm 7. I said, what did you say? And I'm literally wiping my eyes. She goes, I want to read this to you because, in the Hebrew, the way they do poetry, She says, it's not like we do poetry where they want things to rhyme. They want the thoughts to flow together. And the psalmist in Psalm 7, I can't figure out if this is – it's definitely a parallelism, but I don't know if it's synthetic or synonymous. So can I read this to you? And I'm like, honey, did you pull me out of the shower to ask me if I think the parallelism of the psalmist in Psalm 7 is using synthetic parallelism or synonymous? And she goes, well, yeah, which one do you think it is? And she starts reading it to me. And I'm dripping wet. I mean, I'm like, honey, this couldn't wait. This is the life that I live. This couldn't wait till maybe we sit down, we have coffee.
Yeah.
I mean, you've just drugged me out of the shower. And here's what's entertaining. You think I know. I find, are you just, you know how somebody goes in the backyard if they're trying to throw and they pitch off something that pitches. Are you just bouncing? Are you just doing the pitch? Are you just bouncing this off me? Because I still have soap now running down the outside of my leg, you know, and of course, then what do? We've learned I have to pretend that I actually have an opinion on it. Well, I'll tell you, read that back to me again. I mean, I'm out of the shower now. Now I find myself investing as if I'm going to. So I said, of course, now we both know what the difference between synthetic and synonymous. I just want to be sure you know it. Yeah. So hit me with that one time. So I want to be sure you have that right. So synthetic would be what, and then synonymous would be what. Just run that by me again, because I want to be sure you know it.
I think I got synonymous. Synthetic here. I'm not exactly.
Well,
I've just got the setting back. I'm stuck there too.
Yeah, and
hair's still sticking up.
Yeah. I'm thankful you grabbed the towel.
Yeah. Picture me
at
standing,
least for the story.
Picture me standing there in a towel. Hair, you know, there's probably still soap in the back part of my hair that I didn't. And
steamy
I'm,
bathroom.
Yeah. And I mean, this couldn't wait. I mean, this is, you know, when they get something on their mind. Oh. You know, and I mean, it wouldn't have taken that much longer for me to get out of the shower, get dressed, walk in. Hey, sit down here, somebody. I want to ask you about this. She ran into the bathroom, pulled me out of the shower as if the house was on fire to ask me if I thought the parallelism was more synthetic or synonymous. And I got to tell you, I landed on synthetic. What you went with? Well, I just, you know, I didn't know if this made any sense or not. I just said, well, synonymous, I think, would probably be he's given this thought and then gave that thought again in the next sentence. There is a thought that is similar, but he seems to have went on to something else in the next sentence, then came back to it. And I said, you know, as we all know, that probably feels a little more synthetic.
As we all know.
Pretty good, Rick.
And you know what she said? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well
Sounds
done.
good to me, honey. Just run on back to wherever you were and
let me dry off.
I'm going to draw off and see if I can get this soap off, and we've solved that
Let me
problem.
get this deodorant stick working here.
So that's a little peek into my life. It's one of the reasons that, you know, we speak together some, but it's a much bigger commitment. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
show. Thanks for being with us. All right, we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up again this hour. Wheel of Meat has not spun this week. Can happen at any time. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Golden Ticket Seat guests are here watching today. Welcome back. Rick and Bubba interns, Millie, Vanilli Wafer, Boom Boom Bazooka, and Pickin' and Cheerin'. Earning their degree in common sense, of course, that now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Political updates. Always fun to watch politicians. They usually enjoy telling us to live one way while they live another, which explains their love of socialism and their apologizing for communism. Here we go. Too much time on my hands. I know what to do with myself. Bubba, did you know in the great state of Texas that if you are a representative and you flee to deprive the legislature of a quorum, that is against the law?
Rick, this technique has been used in legislative bodies before.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe what this is in Texas is if you do this during a special session, it
Correct.
is a violation of the law because obviously there is business that has to be done and the governor wouldn't call a special session. And this is just a technique not to have a quorum so you can't vote on something. But it is illegal in Texas, and Governor Greg Abbott is not happy about the demos leaving the state and flying to Washington, D.C.
Now, don't miss this. When they left the state and they flew to Washington, D.C., look at this picture.
Now, where are the masks at?
Does anybody notice anything on this picture of the
mask on airplanes?
Are the Democrats leaving Texas to go to D.C.? Not one person on the plane that I can see is wearing a mask. Not one. So, but you're made to wear a mask when you get on a plane. You know why? Because, well, you're not of the ruling class.
That's right.
You're not of the ruling class.
Important like we are, we're on a mission.
I'll tell you what,
we're out to break the law.
Why don't you get yourself a piece of cake there, peasant, and you run along? So they are not living out. So based on this picture of Democrats not wearing masks, all crammed in an airplane, now this is a commercial airline, right? That they're on here. It looks like a small.
Well, they may have chartered
like
one.
I don't know. They might have chartered one, but it looks like one of those little hoppers. One of those little hoppers that goes on short trips. It's bigger than what I would say is your typical private jet, but it looks like it's a commercial plane that might have been chartered, but they all got on one.
Like a Delta Connect or something.
If you got on one of these, what it looks like, you get on one of these, and like I say, Big Love just got back from flying to Cincinnati and visiting one of his buddies, and he said, I had to wear a mask the whole time. I tried to use Bubba's idea and eat something the whole time to keep, because keep in mind, to protect you from coronavirus, they have people with a mask on unless they want to eat or drink something, or the flight attendant wants to tell you the announcements. Then for some reason, COVID can't get you when those people take their mask off. You realize how ridiculous this is? What theater this is? So anyway, but the Democrats did not wear their mask when they crammed into looks like a Delta Connect. And Abbott says that the only caveat with this law in Texas, you cannot arrest anybody unless they're in person. He said, but as soon as they take a step back into the state of Texas, they'll be arrested for violating this law because the people pay the price because the people's business is not being done.
Now, wait a minute. You said you have to be in person to be arrested.
Yeah, is there another way?
I started to say, can you arrest somebody not in person?
Is there?
Or is he saying
they got to be in the state?
He's saying that they won't issue a warrant to go get you some other. But when you come back into the state, you are now. Is it a misdemeanor? What is it?
I don't know.
Categorized.
But as soon as you get back into the state, they can.
Yeah, you can't. They can't come get you where you are. You got to do it when you come back in. So they said the Democratic lawmakers did this to. They're wanting to overall a measure of their fierce opposition to proposals that they say will make it harder for young people, people of color, and people with disabilities to vote. Now, we had an all-star game that's being played that was taken away from a city in a state where they claim, and I asked everybody in the break, y'all are my witnesses, maybe I'm not informed, which is possible because sometimes I don't follow this stuff because I'm not as interested in it as I'm not saying that maybe I should be more interested, but I don't have as much interest in some things that I once did. Politics and sports seem to be the ones I'm leaning on the most, but and you know why? And the good news is, if I just walk away from a sporting event, I kind of miss both.
Yeah,
because they're both usually played out in front of me at the same time, unfortunately. But we took an all-star game away. Major League Baseball did from a city that is in a state, and no one ever presented evidence to confirm that Georgia's voting laws were somehow racist against certain ethnicities. I never. What? How is it? What's the proof of that?
Rick, it just depends who's arguing the thing.
Right.
If you're
we took
a
the whole
Democrat,
away.
you absolutely see it that way. If you're a Republican, you don't.
But if
they're both going to argue that point and say the facts are on their side.
But what facts? I've never heard the facts. I mean, maybe I would agree, but I've never heard anybody stand up and say, "Okay, you think it's these voting laws are racist," and go. And then I sit and I listen to you, and here's why they're racist. Okay, you don't think they are, right? Okay, let's hear you. Let's hear from you, and then I decide which one of those narratives I think is true. Now we do know this. Correct me if I'm wrong. That there's a lot of what we would call more Democratic-led states that have laws that are more stringent than even Georgia, right?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
Is that correct? I mean, am I right on that?
Yeah, one of them is Delaware.
Wow,
Joe Biden's
the bastion of conservatism, Delaware. So, are Delaware's laws racist? I mean, if you restrict things to try to make sure people are who they say they are, and if someone has to prove they are who they say they are, that is somehow racist. Is it racist everywhere or just in certain states? Or is it racist at all to say we want to be sure that every vote counts and every vote goes to the person who's actually voting? We certainly don't want dead people to keep voting, even though they continue to do so. I still love the shirt, "When I'm dead, don't let me vote Democrat." Gosh, that's man, I wish I'd have come up with that one. I missed that one. Whoever came up with that
is a real good.
So I don't know. I've just never understood it. It's one of those things that if you say real loud and you seem real emotional, we all have to assume it's true. But I've never heard anybody say, "Rick, sit down a minute." Like my wife got me out of the shower and to pay attention and say, "Let me tell you why Georgia's voting laws are racist." And I may hear it and go, "Gosh, I guess it is." But I've never really heard anybody confirm.
Here's what the New York Times says about it. You want to hear their rundown of the Georgia voting laws?
Yeah.
Under the changes, now this is the New York Times. Okay, so you gotta understand.
We took the All-Star game from them.
Right.
Yeah.
Voters will now have less time to request absentee ballots than they had before. There are new strict ID requirements for absentee ballots.
That just means that you have to have a photo.
You have to prove who you are to vote.
Well, is that racist? Does
So
everybody have to?
It is now illegal for election officials to mail out absentee ballot applications just to everybody blanket. You have to request it. Okay. Drop boxes still exist. Mobile voting centers are essentially banned, according to them. This is like an RV where you go to vote. Early voting is expanded in a lot of small counties, but not in the more populous ones, according to the New York Times. Offering food or water to voters waiting in line now is a crime. Now, we've heard about that one. If you go to the wrong polling place, it will be even harder to vote. Well, yeah, if you go to the wrong polling place, you shouldn't get to vote at all.
I don't want to interrupt you, so pardon me for interrupting you, but I'm yet to hear anything in here that has to do with someone's ethnicity.
Right.
Now, if you want to say the voters of my state, we don't like having to jump through more hoops or prove who we are, all of us don't like it, and we think doing this is detrimental to one political party over another, I don't agree with that either, but at least I'm yet to figure out how there's ethnicity involved in this. I can't. Where is that?
It's about that water and snacks.
But
how is that even mentioned?
They
don't owe me a bottle of water or a snack
see it
for standing in line.
Well, what they were saying happens is that people could go out and say, hey, I know you're burning up. I got some water here. If you'll vote for my guy, I'll give you this.
I know, like within so many feet of the door,
Right.
you can't
And-
campaign.
Yeah,
and all
same
that. But my
thing.
point
Yeah.
is, how is that bad doing away with it?
Well, how about this? How's that have to do with one ethnic group versus
I don't
another?
know.
I'm
Still
still
agree.
confused by this.
Yeah.
Now, if
I don't
you,
understand.
You're
see,
using the word racist.
If you go to the
They
wrong
say it's
polling
racist.
place, it should be hard to vote because now your vote is going into another district that you're not, it's not a choice you should make. That's disenfranchising people who live there.
Yeah.
You have to register to vote. You have to prove who you are, and then cast your vote at the right place. It's not that complicated.
Pretty simple.
I
know, Rick.
I'm still.
Sorry, buddy.
Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let the people speak while they still can. 22 minutes past the hour. Phone lines are open. We drop the gate. Bam. There we go. Boom Boom Bazooka and Millie Vanilli Wafer taking your phone calls now. Big boy looking right over Helmsley's shoulder at me, telling me it's all good, Rick.
People taking pictures of it. It's just a beautiful sight out there, isn't it?
Hello, big boy. Not sure how we're going to get you in a building down the road, but we're going to try. To the phones we go. And any topic you want to talk about. 30 seconds a pop. Helmsley's got a timeout. Bubba's got a timeout, so you may get to expand on your call. Erica has been waiting patiently out of the great state of Sweet Home, Alabama. And Erica gets us started. Erica, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is about the kids and math. On our school supplies list, we still have to have math.
Ma'am, wait just a minute.
Erica,
wait just a minute.
Whoa.
Erica, are you talking through your mask? Because we cannot understand.
Erica, let's back up. Let's try it again. Unfortunately, your phone quality is not what we had hoped for. But try it one more time. All right, go ahead, Erica.
Huh?
Erica?
Hello.
There you go.
Hey, Erica.
There we go.
We got you now.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. This year on our school supplies list, we have to have math. My thing is, why aren't we vaccinating the younger generation?
Well, there's first of all, there's no
to prove it.
Yeah, there's no science to actually point that young people need to be vaccinated. But because they
survival rate way over 99%.
Yeah, and we still are looking for that case where a student actually gave it to a teacher. We still haven't got that one, but there really doesn't seem to be a problem with young children and COVID-19. Doesn't mean nobody, but very few.
And it hasn't really been tested for younger kids too that might be more susceptible to issues with it than us old cranky adults.
And they are. Yeah. They're trying to approve it.
Yeah. Well, remember, but that's when we had the guy now we had the guy who's come forward who's been, working on the research for the mRNA since 1987, but we're not allowed to talk to him because they'll take our YouTube channel and shut it down.
Blackball.
Yeah. He said that he would not recommend that these mRNA vaccines be given to small children. They should only be given to people who are at high risk.
Yep.
Because he himself is saying we don't know long term how this is going to work out.
Really, your child.
But it's got great potential. Great potential.
If you look at how it's actually going right now, your child doesn't need a mask. Your child doesn't need a vaccine.
No.
That's really the bottom line. So, at any moment they could be put back in those masks. You can just count on that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're seeing some upkick in this variant, so they're going to be watching that pretty close.
I would not be for us mandating that young children be given some experimental vaccine. I would not. And I'm not the only one saying. I'm agreeing with the guy that's doing the research.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. Let me just. Gosh, how you gonna tackle this?
We'll just be careful,
Rick. The guy who owns 10 patents on the mRNA says we just don't know. Yes, it's working good. Mm-hmm. It's slowed the pandemic. It's been wonderful, been a lifesaver. But we need more research. We need more time. And if you're not in a high-risk group, don't risk it, okay? Kids are not in a high-risk group. Let's just say, can I play a what-if game here? Will everybody lose their mind if I play a what-if?
I want to caution you right now because you're being extremely logical, and that's not allowed anymore.
No.
We don't have any evidence, okay? We don't have any proof. I'm just playing the what-if game.
Here he goes.
What if you start giving this to these kids who are under 6, and it causes them to have reproductive problems when they become 20 and 30 years old? And we can't have babies anymore. What does that do for the planet?
Wow.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, there have
we don't know.
We don't know. And there have been some observations that have been made that some of the younger women who still are of
childbearing age are not getting any vaccine right now, and that's been recommended by several physicians.
And there have been some women who have had young women that have had some issues with it.
Because in the human body.
Dick Durbin would be mad at you right now.
The reproductive department is probably the most sensitive to external problems causing issues than some of the other systems. And we know that.
Yep.
It's just to be cautious. There's nothing wrong with saying we need to be cautious. And I'm not saying it does that. Y'all heard that. I'll give you the disclaimer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just be careful. We don't know. So why risk with a group that has such a slim chance of actually having a bad case of it, even knowing they got it, okay? It's just not worth it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 10 years from now, we may have more data. We know it's fine. Then, all right, hey, here we go.
Yeah, there's some things we needed to do in this pandemic. This is not one of them.
And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Look, I let the most important person on this planet get the vaccine early on. And that was my wife, Betty. I was good with your brother getting it. I didn't put a goal line stand up.
Adler got it.
Good thing.
Yeah.
With him.
Bubba,
yeah, I mean, y'all
Bubba
like brothers to me.
Bubba tackled me on
if
the
I
way
thought it was bad, I would have goal line stand it. You know?
But would I let my young child get it? Absolutely not.
Just right now, no. There's no need.
Well, there's
to,
no
guys.
reason to.
There's no need to.
Yeah, it's almost like saying, well, there's one thing that won't be a problem, but there's one that could be.
It's like vaccinating for some germ on the moon. Well, there's no need right now.
It's like somebody saying, "Hey, I'm ready to stitch you up," and I said, "I ain't cut.
Yeah.
I'm not bleeding."
Put your fish hook away.
To put that away. Why would I do that?
But the flip side of that is, and we've covered this. I've got antibodies right now. When I don't have them, I will have no problem going and getting the vaccine as an adult at this point in time, unless something changes.
Now, if I had a child that had been through cancer treatment,
yeah,
of course. That's different.
You talking about common sense, right?
Yeah. Now their immune system has been compromised. Yeah. So now the risk to benefit factor changes.
That's what's called being an adult, being a parent, where you have to make your own choice on that stuff. And if you choose to get it, that will be your decision too.
Yeah, I don't think you're a.
I say you play it to the safe side right now. If we had a 50% death rate out there, then hey, we're going to be sticking everybody we can get an arm. I got that, but we don't have that right now.
Your phone calls continue when we come back after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Thanks for being with us. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Loving them. I love hearing people with these Raycon earbuds. OE25, got it just like you like it. So much hipper, so much cooler than the other options out there. You don't like to have something hanging out of your ears. Also about half the price of the other high-quality earbuds out there. So they're more discreet, they're cooler, they're hipper, they sound fantastic. You're going to love the bass. It's just like you like it. They've got 24-hour battery life. They're perfect for no matter what's going on. And right now, not only are they about half what the other companies want to charge you, we're going to get you an additional 15% off if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buy them for yourself. Buy them for your kids. Maybe a grandparent who has trouble hearing. 15% off is a great deal. So enjoy them today, and we love the feedback we're getting from the Rick and Bubba family on these earbuds. Man, you love these. Also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. We continue to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we go to Damien, who's out of Scottsboro. Listen to us on 101.7. Damien, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's up?
You, brother.
Buddy.
Hey, I was just thinking, one thing that's on a less serious note that really annoys me about the virus is how it's really part of culture these days. Like the other day, I was in the dollar store with my wife, and she went down that aisle that's got like lamps and wall signs and what have you, and there was a sign to hang on your wall that said something like, "Don't forget your mask."
Yeah, that's one of those things that you hope that person is saying that in a joking way, not in a serious way.
Yeah.
Right. Let me tell you, it has been quite the run for Karen. It's been a great time for Karens.
Well, it's our first pandemic, Rick.
Right.
We didn't know how to act.
Right.
You know? Hopefully our last.
Yeah.
But who knows?
We talked about this briefly in the kickoff hour. Let me give you the science on this one. Major League Baseball All-Star Home Run Derby, over 50,000 people at Coors Field. Nobody has masks on. They're all sitting around, right? Kids running around. Did y'all mention that?
Helmsley already said
you
that.
were out. You were out
You
in
were
the
out.
handle.
Oh,
you were in the handle.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank
We
y'all.
talked about
I
it.
could tell the look in
Yeah.
Greg's eyes. Thanks, buddy.
And he said it exactly the way you
Yeah,
described
and
it.
Greg wasn't
I
going to
would
wave
thought
you
for
off.
a minute-
I wanted to let you get
I
you
thought
halfway
for a
through.
minute I dreamed that, and I didn't actually say it.
Right, right.
Don't forget
It was
what
Thank
concerned.
you. I was in.
I'd
Okay.
forgot.
I was in a little hand.
it was fine. Now, people
Yeah.
who listened to that hour and that might be different.
Now,
people.
what's going to confuse
But
them
what
is
about
you
me
were
stopping?
actually in here, but you were still in a handle.
No,
Oh
no.
yeah, I was dialed in with
I
my
thought
parents.
you were doing that bit I keep trying to get us to do.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
you stopping was big.
Yeah, well, Greg can't hide how he. Some people can.
Took him a little
He
while.
can't hide how he feels. It's in
Oh, I
it's
think
in-
we all know that.
Yes, we do.
It's in his eyes, and when his eyes started going left, right, left, right, left, right, like, oh my gosh, here he goes.
Of course, you know I was going to let you go on.
Oh yeah, you were leaning in. Thanks, buddy. You actually, I think you
Greg,
even grabbed
Greg.
my mic channel and potted it
I was
up.
potting it up.
This is you.
Thanks, guys.
It was.
I was going to let him finish.
Well,
and
there's
then
some
go.
people that didn't hit Helmsy, and they don't even know what I was going to say.
No, bottom line is
Well, that's what the podcast is for.
as they
Rick, you ain't going to believe what was happening. So.
as we said earlier, little kids on the field had masks on for some
Yeah,
reason.
and then Greg, for some reason, we came in during the kickoff hour, and he had his mask on when I got here.
Yeah, well, I know that ain't true. I don't think I've ever seen Greg in a mask.
Yes,
but
I wore him for. Yeah, he had his
Oh,
little.
yeah. He was
He has a little
hypersensitive at
camouflage.
first.
I don't even remember
Little
that.
man had a camouflage when he
All
loved.
you got to do is tell him it may affect Ellis. He'll have one of those.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
or that Gerald Cates wears one.
Yeah,
I can promise you that ain't going to happen.
yeah, they ain't got a mask that big.
No, they don't. You're right.
Let's continue.
Anyway, that happened.
Yeah, no, you're right. Well, think about this. Back to what I said about the voting laws that no one ever proved were racist.
Yeah.
All those thousands of people you keep talking about in Colorado, they could all be in Atlanta. And by the way, a very successful, mainly minority-run city.
Mm-hmm.
And all that money was taken away from those businesses and from that city to go to Colorado over a narrative that was never confirmed.
Right. And are we going to move past just the fact that there's only a few masks that are actually helping? That are of
Well,
code?
you're not allowed to say that. Now,
if you just wear
Fauci-
these cloth
hey,
masks, they're not doing anything.
Listen, Speedy. This is how insane now is. You're not allowed to say that. Now, Fauci was allowed in emails he didn't think we were going to see.
You have to say that.
But now we have to act like we didn't see his emails. And when his emails, he said, if you don't have the N95s, that was
Yeah.
stuff, if you don't have that mask, it's not even helping you.
No.
So
And I don't know if y'all have tried to breathe through the N95
Yes,
mask.
not
You might
good.
as well.
Yeah.
You might as well put a bag over your head.
Keep
I mean,
in mind,
it's impossible.
Dr. Fauci
Don't
was
put
saying,
a bag over your head, everybody. I'm
was
joking.
saying that in emails that we weren't supposed to see, And now the society just said, well, you're not allowed to say that. But he said it. Yeah, but you weren't supposed to see that. Let's go to Angie in Alabama. Angie, thank you for calling.
morning,
the
guys.
show. Go ahead, Angie.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good.
We're dandy.
Good.
Good. I wanted to talk. I agree that young children should not get the vaccine. I have a 12-year-old daughter. I would not let her get that vaccine because, I mean, we don't know enough about it yet. And also, before we start giving it to any other children, I would like to know what are...
Yeah, I think we kind of covered that, but understand your concern. Isaac in Athens. Isaac, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, Isaac, what's going on, bro?
Not much. I just wanted your opinion on something. So obviously we believe that God does everything with a purpose, good and bad. So do you think everything that's happened in the past year with the new administration being put in office, COVID, the riots, do you think all that God is using to expose the socialists and all the fake people in our country so that we can...
You know, I don't think that
it's a big question.
You were on a good track there, but I think if you look at Scripture, it's more likely that everything that is allowed to happen. Now, there's some things that we cause by our choices and our behavior, but these things that Romans 13 said he was 100% in control of the election. When you see these things, it really probably has less to do with him exposing. Now, if you were talking about politics, I would say no. If you were talking about if this was a refinement of his church, and difficulty has always, and persecution has always refined the church, then yeah, I mean that's been going on throughout the establishment of the church in the Book of Acts. But it's all about the refinement of the church as universal church, but also as a teaching and refinement of us as individual people who claim to follow his name. Remember, a lot of these things, and I've seen this in my own life, there are things that difficulty produces that, unfortunately, are not going to be produced any other way. And I wish we weren't those kind of people, and I wish it didn't take that, but it does. A lot of times, it's difficulty that has us more dependent on him and less dependent on self.
And there's a lot.
You see this throughout Scripture.
There's a lot of templates from Scripture you can lay over current events in our country. God blesses, and sometimes He takes His blessings away. Sometimes He gives you exactly what you asked for, as with the children of Israel when they wanted an earthly king. And sometimes that's not His plan, but He gives you what you want just so you can have your own choice in that.
I can tell you what's beautiful about that moment in history that you speak of. He even told Samuel to tell them, when you choose these earthly kings, here's exactly how it's going to go. And they chose it anyway.
And the message, to your point, what an earthly king will do to you is exactly what we're dealing with in this country.
And our founding fathers said this is what
and
earthly kings.
And they knew it. They knew the Scripture
do.
very well.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. Anytime I think sometimes we go back to
where is that at? Do you remember? And I'll give you the exact quote because it's a good one.
It's going to be. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it's in. It's when Samuel has been told by the people that and he goes to talk to God about it, and God says, "Well, let me tell you how this is going to go. He's going to take your sons off to war. He's going to come get your stuff when he needs it.
When he needs to finance something, he's going to do it on your back."
This is all these things are.
I wish I had the verse.
Oh, by the way, he's also going to take things from you that he needs, including your own children, for just to serve him.
Yep.
And slay, all these kind of things. So, but if that's if that's what y'all want, then knock yourself out.
1 Samuel 8, 4 through 22, Rick.
Yep.
And I will need to screen through this a little bit, but the headline of it says that God warned Samuel about earthly kings.
Yep. You have to realize, and I know this is some things that no one ever really wants to discuss, but when it comes to these governments, I think sometimes we put way too much emphasis on them. You never really, I mean, you hear Jesus clarifying a political statement about that Caesar is not God when he said, give to Caesar what is Caesar, but give to God what is God's. We always leave off that last part. So, yeah, pay your taxes, but he also said something that was political because Caesar was to be treated like deity. Jesus said it straight, said, no, he's not God.
Rick, can I just share this with you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
This was thousands of years ago. These are the ways of the king who will reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them to his chariot, and to be his horsemen to run before his chariots. He will appoint them for himself commanders of thousands and commanders of 50s, and to plow his ground and to reap his harvest. He will make his implements of war and the equipment of his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers, and he will take the best of your field and your vineyard and your olives and your orchards and give them to his quarters.
And
Sounds a little familiar.
You know what the people said? That's what we want.
We want that. Give us that.
And we've been saying, and we've been saying it ever since.
And that was 1 Samuel 8:10 through 17. Yeah.
So, but it's all accomplishing the ultimate, and that is to refine this place as we head to the new heaven and the new earth to advance His kingdom. And ultimately refining us to be a people that He can trust in the new heaven and the new earth, unlike the last time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us, checking out a couple of other stories today of interest. Sorry, Bubba. Bubba, a local Burger King sign says it all. We all quit. Sorry for the inconvenience, reads the marquee. And this is in Lincoln, Nebraska. The photo has gone viral, and they talked with two of the former employees. Channel 8 did there. They wanted to put up a sign to say, sorry, there's really not going to be anyone here. This is the former general manager, I bet. Just kind of a laugh to upper management. They put it up yesterday before we opened. I didn't think anybody was going to notice it, because we just did the one sign. Then it went pretty crazy on Facebook. I got a call from upper management. They told me I needed to take it down. I bet they did, Rachel. So she said that they said that we are grossly understaffed. Many times we would have 3 to 4 people working during the craziness of lunchtime. I'm working 50 to 60 hours a week. And she says you cannot do what they're asking us to do with a staff this small, so we quit.
Wow.
There we go. I would persevere.
I know.
We're out.
So
good overtime.
Well, remember, Greg, always, what do people say? I just can't make a living, and there's an opportunity to make a living. To me, this is a time to step up at Burger King and say, I'm more needed now than ever. But of course, this
you
is
can move right up the management scale.
That's right.
Now.
This is the new American attitude. It's too hard. We quit.
Or why go when they're going to pay me to stay at home?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I would go back to
ending?
there's certain right kind of self value, meaning I don't want to be a loser.
Right.
And to take money for doing nothing, that should bother me.
Mm-hmm. It should.
Now, if I can't mentally or physically work, that's different.
Too young, too old. Physically, mentally unable, or temporarily down on your luck.
Yeah, but if I am healthy and I can mentally and physically do the work and I still take a check when I know I could be working, I think you're sorry.
Yeah.
That's a sorry attitude. And there was a time when this country would never, you would feel so shameful to do something like that.
Oh, yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
Guys, we had people in the Depression that paid the government back when they went back to work. Because they took some money,
and a lot of people,
they were legitimately down on their luck.
Yeah, and a lot of people wouldn't take it to begin with, and it was looked down upon if you did.
Right. But now,
and they didn't want their neighbors to know they were getting it.
Yeah,
I've heard stories from my grandparents. So.
Yeah, doesn't that bother? How's that not bother someone?
Well, we had a great work ethic in this country, and that's why we accomplished the things we did in a little over 200 years.
Mm-hmm. You ever been around?
You couldn't build a country with this attitude now.
No. There's entrepreneurs listening to this right now that provide jobs for people that work and grind, and they just heard somebody complain about 50 to 60 hours a week, and they said, that'd be like a vacation to me.
Yeah. I wish that's all I work.
Right.
So, I understand it ain't easy doing that.
So we only do things that are easy? Is that our new attitude now?
No, it shouldn't be.
Right. On a much better note, engagement ring sales have skyrocketed.
Rick, 20% increase in engagement ring sales year to date. So coming out of the pandemic, I think a lot of people have said, hey, the future's not guaranteed. We need to get this deal done.
Yeah, they do say they think it's tied to the pandemic. They're like, no need putting this off because
it's good news for you young ladies. Chances just went up.
Well, that's true. And it's also good news for those that sell engagement rings.
Yes, it is. It is.
Of course, I hope. Who knows? The demand may be so high, people quit because it's too hard.
Yeah.
We got all these customers coming in. That's enough of this. I had to sell rings today. You tell me what you're hired to do.
You remember JFK's great speech about going to the moon? We do it because it is hard.
Right.
And that's what we choose to do. The hard things, they're the things worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, unless I could stay home and get a check.
You talk like Jesus said about following him. Hard was used. You know what he said about the road that was wide and easy?
It was packed.
And you know where did he say that road was going?
Well, that'd be the gates of hell.
That's right. So Jesus said, if you want to see where most people are, they're on a road that is wide. So if I see a road, am I taking a road that's wide and easy? Jesus said, well, that's great. A lot of people will join you, but they're all headed to destruction.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to enter by this gate, where the way is narrow and the way is hard, and only a few find it, then that'd be following me.
We don't give that passage enough, by the way.
We don't.
We do not give that enough.
If you look at Jesus says
wide
and easy destruction, narrow and hard life. And who do you say the life was? Him. That means you're following me. That way is narrow, and that way is hard, and that way is few. Wide, easy, many, death. I mean,
we don't take that serious enough.
Check your highway.
And
Sorry, we don't.
You don't have to have a seminary degree to understand that comment.
No.
It's pretty straightforward. And somehow I think we get into this mind that Jesus didn't mean what he said. And now you can draw a big crowd preaching wide and easy. I mean, you can pack it out. You can have campuses all over creation, and people love that. But I'm not sure that's. I mean. Every time Jesus had a bunch of people, he just made.
I wouldn't play with that one.
Every time Jesus had a bunch of people saying, "Hey, we're in," he would double down and say, "Let me tell you."
Up the ante, yep.
Then how does deny self sound to you? How does pick up your cross sound to you? How does narrow and hard sound to you? How does persecution sound to you? How does difficulty sound to you? It's got a payoff. The payoff's going to be fantastic. But are you with? And let me tell you what else it's going to cost you: your sin. And then, look, I know there was a time in my life I said, I hear that, but I know I don't want that. I like sin better than you. And that's because I didn't know him. Now, once I got to know him, I found that he's a lot better than sin. And he certainly has the power to make me something new. But has it been easy? No, it's actually been quite difficult. And continues to be. But, hey, it's worth it. It pays. And I don't know why we haven't just bought into this in society. We're buying into it at the church, too. Now, you can bring a mob. But I don't know what good it is, though, if you don't tell them the truth. Jesus always told them the truth. He told you exactly what you're getting to, just like we said about the king thing. He said, here's exactly how it's going to go.
Gain the world.
Yep. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. And if you got questions or comments, that number will work. Other stories to unpack. Don't forget the contest button at rickandbubba.com. VIP trip to the World Games opening ceremony.
Rick and Bubba.
over from the broadcast plaza and teleport. A brand new hour has begun. And we love speaking to you, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here, Rick and Bubba interns at Rick and Bubba University. Boom Boom Bazooka, Picking and Cheering, and Millie Vanilli Wafer, earning that degree in common sense. And they take your phone calls this hour. Common sense, now superpower. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank you for joining us.
We do have a special guest in our golden ticket seats today. When you start back, you don't know what you're going to get, and you don't know who's going to come back. Today, I thought a little bit of a step in the right direction of people bringing food, and people trying to get back into the hang of the golden ticket seats again. So we got this email that said the emailer wants Dickie Nadmeyer to know that the man who engraved the national championship walls behind the statues at Alabama, I guess that's at Bryant-Denny Stadium, is sitting in the golden ticket seats today. Is that him right there?
There he is.
Yep. You know what? If you'd have asked me to guess, and without even knowing,
Y'all should have got him to do something in the wall here.
I would have picked him.
Yeah.
It was.
Why don't we? Yeah.
So
we should do that.
So his name is Rod. Rod, come here. You may approach the console. I know y'all were told in the hall not to approach without being asked. We are now asking.
My name.
We have some type A's that don't follow those instructions, but
Yeah, we do.
Rod has been perfect.
Come on.
So Rod, you engraved. Tell us exactly what the emailer means by this. That you engraved. Is this the Walk of Champions there at Bryant-Denny Stadium? Boy, Speedy's getting you set up, isn't he?
Right care of it.
Rod Hayes. Hey, Rod.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. So is it the Walk of Champions? Is that what you're talking about?
I have added names to the Walk of Champion. I didn't do all of that.
Understood.
The walls behind the bronze statues.
Mm-hmm.
You did the engraving on that.
Yeah.
Did you work on? Did you by any chance engrave anything on one Nicholas Saban?
I did, in fact.
Did you? Okay. Rotade.
It's those hands that did that
those
engraving.
Yeah,
Isn't that wild?
So
that was, it was. Hadn't been too long ago. We put 2020 on there for him.
Really?
So
you get to go over there and do one about every other year, don't you?
Yeah, pretty
you're
much.
averaging quite a few.
If you're going to engrave national championships, that's a university to work for.
Yeah, I would say so.
Keep you busy.
In this state, anyway.
Yeah. So you're a bit of a celebrity. To Bama fans, that's big to be able to do something like that. Mm-hmm. So tell me what you do for a living. Is this your?
I'm an engraver, stone.
So
it's mainly cemetery markers, but now I've done everything from the bell tower on the mellow mushroom pizza to adding names on the courthouse square of the war memorial.
How about this? Bubba, if only he could be called to the Alabama Theater to engrave our names in the sidewalk.
I kind of wanted the most interesting tombstone that you've had to engrave.
Like anybody asked for
Something weird.
Something to write something, you're like, I don't know about that.
Lyrics to Freebird.
Well, the preamble to the Constitution seems to be it's there's nothing really that I can really say. I guess
that you can really say. Okay.
Yeah,
I understood.
In a forum like this.
Yeah,
right. There's a certain unspoken code there.
Well, you're right.
Among engravers,
right?
Or what do you call? What is the name? What do you call what you do? What's the proper?
There's
name?
your 2020 right there. Look, there it is. Did you do that right there?
That's
right?
it. That's there. Yeah.
There's your 2020 right there.
There.
As well as the little dot to the left of it there.
That's your dot.
It's just a stone engraver.
Stone engraver?
Yeah. I've heard people call it etching. It's etching is where you just sort of scratch it on the wall.
And you sandblast it out with a little.
I V-cut the
Do you find it, and it's deserved, I'm not saying it's not deserved, but statues usually come up when someone's time is either done at a place or, the era is over. Saban has had a statue up since when?
2009. Well, 2010, I guess, actually.
Right. So that thing went up in a hurry.
Yeah.
Is it kind of odd for there to be a statue of someone who likes still coaching and walks by it?
Well, they already had the blank wall there. They were prepared for him quite before he ever got there. And I was telling Bubba earlier, we put I put Coach Nick Saban in 2009 up there, and I was standing out the road looking at it. And I thought, something's not right.
Oh, no.
So I went up and I took the tape measure, and I got to measuring, and the K on Nick was about 3/8 of an inch taller, and it was a more condensed version than the rest of the letters.
Oh.
Yeah. So I called my associate there in Tuscaloosa, and I told him, I said, you need to come down and look at this. So he comes down, we look at it, and he said, well, what are we going to do? And I'm like, I mean, this is architectural limestone. They make a powdered version of it. You can add water, and it's like doing body work on a car. You just fill it in. And,
Put Bondo in it.
Yeah, and recut it. So that's what we did.
So you had the K too big in Nick.
I didn't do
Or
it.
somebody
It was,
did.
that's what I was telling him. The layout was made over in Athens, Georgia.
And here we go.
You might use your imagination a little bit there.
Aha!
The K was the very center character on the whole thing.
Aha!
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that SEC rivalry. So, well, they
And you know the K.
Nothing sacred.
You know what the K stands for? Kirby.
No, that's funny.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
You think he tried to slip one in and make the K a little bigger?
What do you think you could do with old big boy out there? I mean, if we decided to engrave something, we have to get something to put him on. Won't we? I mean, because you, what he's made of right
Well,
now
he
wouldn't
don't do
work.
fiberglass, right?
No, fiberglass is a problem.
Well, you need to put him on a big granite pedestal.
Yeah, that's good. And then you could engrave
Then
something.
we can do something.
That's not bad. You know, Bama's big boys. Yeah,
Well, that's really cool to get
It is.
to get to do that. That's I never really thought about somebody has to do that.
Yeah. Do you do this? I know you said you mainly do graves, headstones, and footstones and all that. But do you do other things like this at other places?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've even gone down the other side of the state there.
Oh, you don't mean Auburn?
Yes.
Really? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you want anybody to know that? I mean,
well, that's fine. I mean, it's one of the cleanest, friendliest towns you'll ever go in. Absolutely is. I'll tell that to anybody.
don't have to do near as much engraving there.
Don't do quite as much.
Right.
But
That one engrave a hold a while.
yeah, that's a couple of trips is about all they've needed so far.
Right. They were 50 years apart.
But I know
Well,
you're
if
in trouble.
you just play the numbers, you probably won't have to go back for another 48 years.
You may have to will it to someone else.
Okay.
One of my kids will probably be taking over for me, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. By then there'll be something else.
Yeah. You're in trouble.
What's wrong with that? That's true.
I mean, facts are facts.
I mean, I've